few words, you want to get started? We're working off our operating budget tab, and then we'll do capital after we do operating. We also want to touch on resolutions and revenue, so we'll probably go through that at various points.
Okay, all right, yeah, thank you. Basically, Public Works, we're the department that takes care of all the stuff that nobody else really wants to take care of mostly. So we deal with the roads, all that stuff, and we'll be talking all about that today. But I have, a good amount of my staff here, all my division heads are here, or will be at some point. So with me, I also have Bill McCormick, who's in our admin section, deals with a lot of our accounting stuff, so he knows a lot of the numbers inside and out. So, yeah, with that, we can just kind of get into it. Okay. so,
Everybody, since they're all sitting behind you.
Yeah, so I have Patrick Collins, who's in charge of waste disposal. He works down at Holly Hill, so anybody who's been down there has probably seen him. Bill McCormick's next to him. And then Pete Krupewski is our highway superintendent, and Rich Feminella is our wastewater division manager, so. And then Luigi Romano is building construction and maintenance. He'll be here in a few minutes. And then John Valerie is also our building official, but he's in charge of our building inspection division, so. So, yeah, so that's who we are, so.
Great. Do you want to just give a quick overview of your overall budget, and then we'll go through, I know we're starting, we'll just go through the book in order, but if there are any comments you want to say?
Yeah, I mean, I think this year, and with most years, DPW, because we have so much responsibility for all of our infrastructure, we really focus our budget on maintenance. Most of our projects are tied to maintenance in one way or another. There's not a ton of, even though there may be, for instance, the Hamel Rink is in there as a new building, but that's an existing building that just needs to be maintained. So when we look at that as more of a maintenance item than truly a new improvement. So our budget is very focused on that. We tried to keep our operating budget very tight, looking at, we look back at our, Bill does a really nice job of keeping a spreadsheet from the last 15, 20 years, something like that, of our actual spent. And we try to normalize those as we see fit, but also keeping in mind the cost of increases based on various contracts and or just the general, cost of living increases that we're seeing across the board. So that's kind of how we set up our budget, maintain our budget, and go from there. So.
All right, so the overall budget the increase is 2.3%. Can we just talk about the TOO for a second? Some of us are a little bit confused about the communication specialist position. Can you clarify that for us?
Yes, so were we when we looked at the book, because the communication specialist is a position that we have had since 2021. So this year, last year at this time, we were talking about moving it from engineering to admin. It didn't get done in the book at that time, but after that time, like in July or August, Roland took and moved everything around, moved the budget, the salary budget from engineering to admin. Now, I'm not sure why it didn't get moved there now, but that's why it's in, the budget is in admin for that. The communication specialist is our person that back in 2021, we had a retirement of one of our engineering staff, and that was a engineering technician. What we determined at the time, with the amount of infrastructure that we deal with, the amount of public involvement, et cetera, we felt it was potentially a better use of that salary line to have a communications person that addresses all the correspondence we get, make sure our webpage is up to date, handles our social media, does all of our social media work, all that. And so we created that position. That position was taken on by somebody in that timeframe. That person left about a year and a half ago, and almost 2 years ago. And then we hired a new person about, not this past October, but the October of the year before. So that person's been on for about a year and a half now, so.
All right, so so it sounds like we might need a substitute page to fix the reality, to move
Right,
the
yeah.
the
So-
communication specialist.
So in reality, the position's been in Public Works
Right.
for 5 years or something like that, and why it, why it's showing up this way, it should be showing up in the DPW admin.
All right, so that will be 5 FTEs and admin.
Six.
It'll be, 6, changing 5 to 6. Engineering will remain at 8,
Yes,
is that correct? And then, so the total number is 122 or 123? It's still 123, right? Which is existing.
yes.
Okay, so if we could just give us a new page so we'll avoid the confusion as we go through the RTM process, that would be helpful. Okay? All right, does anyone have any questions on page 67, or do you want to go right to the admin, page 71? Doug?
I can go to 71, yeah.
Okay.
You want to go to the individual department?
Yeah, I think we're going to the individual departments.
Right.
Everything rolls up. All right, so on page 71, the regular salaries line has increased quite a bit, but it sounds like that's because, one, your deputy commissioner moved from engineering to admin, and 2,
No.
no? Okay, explain the 15.4.
Basically, that's the change, that's the adding of the communication
Communication
specialist
specialist?
and labor contracts increases, or cost increases for staffing. So
Okay. Any
so
other
that's what that
questions?
is, so.
Doug?
Sorry, just to understand, you're putting in the 100s in context, right? So you're up $200,000 almost from the 25 actuals. Is that purely the communication specialist? I guess obviously there's some base contract raise, but or is there something else going on there?
And the reason I ask about engineering, because engineering is down 6.5%.
We'll-
So
we'll get to that one too.
Okay.
So, the actuals in 24, 25, we had a vacancy for a period of time during that time, so that's where the actuals are down. So if you just look at what the budget is versus the 2 years, that's, the 100,000 is pretty much the communication specialists and that, so.
Good.
Nelson 311.
Anything else on DPW administration, Harry or Joe? Okay, engineering, page 72.
Yeah, so with the engineering, the salaries line went down because of the communication specialist, but then also we have the salary increases. One of the reasons why our actuals versus our budgeted is a decent amount different is vacancies. We've had a couple vacancies. In addition, Gabriella was budgeted in engineering before, and then last March, so in the past year, she's been now budgeted in there. That position we have not filled yet. We're looking at how we exactly want to fill that. One of the other things that we have in engineering, and part of the reason why the number doesn't completely reflect the change on admin, is our engineers, we have it set up with what they call a career path for positions. So engineering is a licensure position where after 4 years, you have to have your professional engineer's license, or you can get your professional engineer's license in 4 years. We try to encourage that with them, and so after 2 years, if they get certain passing of certain tests and certain experience level, they move a different salary level based on that. So we have some younger engineers that we've got working through the system, that we're building up into the system, that their salary increases are not strictly the cost of living increase. So that's why that number is a little bit different there. But we feel that it helps to encourage them to remain with the town and move towards getting their certifications that they're required to do, so.
So how many vacancies are there in the engineering division, other than,
So right now, we have two. We have one of them posted currently. We're looking at potentially getting we're hopeful maybe we could get a engineering graduate to come in, that we can start in this process of training and moving forward. And so that's one. And then we're trying to look at what is truly the needs for the division and how we want to handle the needs there and go from there. So that's where we're at. It's definitely been, it's definitely difficult hiring engineers in this area. It's surprising. I don't know if it's what all the factors are involved with it, but whether it's salary, whether it's, the lack of a pension, lack of potential bonuses that potentially the private sector ends up paying, et cetera. There's a variety of different factors. Also just getting to Greenwich, if you're living in Connecticut. So that's another factor. So, we've been lucky. We've got a few younger engineers that are fairly local, so that's been beneficial to us. But,
so you have a budgeted part-time position for an intern? Do the interns ever become FTEs? Is that part of the career pathway? Oh, Luigi's raising his
I
hand.
was gonna say, Luigi is one of those.
Case study, okay, good.
Luigi was a intern back in 2011, 2012, something like that.
10, 11, somewhere around there.
Somewhere in there. So he was one that's moved in, so yeah, so. Other than that, I don't know that we've had too many other ones, but yes, we do run an intern program. We try to get a couple interns each summer and get them trained. We try to give them access to all different parts of DPW so that they get a feel for what that is, and, hopefully it pays off some, so.
Other questions on engineering? Doug?
Yeah, can I just ask, and forgive my ignorance, just 54360 stormwater compliance, just what is that line item? And
So the town has a MS4 permit, which is it's a stormwater permit that we have to follow each year. And it's basically for all of our compliance of meeting all of our, all the regulations that the state sets up with things such as sweeping the streets, cleaning our catch basins, all of that, testing our outfalls. And there's certain requirements that we have to do as part of that permit. We also have to create a report for that. And this line item basically is creating that report each year. So it's doing the testing that's necessary for it, because we have to have people testing during wet weather and dry weather at a variety of different locations to make sure that there isn't any illicit discharges, which is basically if somebody's dumping something in the stormwater that they shouldn't be dumping, or they're, for some reason, a sanitary sewer line is leaking and getting into the stormwater. We try to detect that. We do our best to do this across town. I can tell you for a fact that we're not testing every single outfall, because that would be probably a magnitude of like 20 of this, if not more, to try and get to that point. But it's what the permit requires and gives a good, look at what the town looks like, so.
so, and just, because this kind of came up as a line item maybe 4 or 5 years ago, is this a regulatory requirement or?
Yeah, this is a regulatory requirement, and this got moved from capital to operating.
Got it.
4 or 5 years ago, something like that.
Thank you.
And what's the regulatory agency that oversees it?
DEP?
Anything? Nope. All right, let's move to highway, streets, and bridges.
Any specific questions on that one?
Well, this is a big, let's talk about this.
This is a big one.
I've got some questions.
Yeah, all right. Harry, why don't you go ahead?
Okay,
Yeah, we're not skipping right over this one, Jim.
nice try, Jim. There's a big number in here for electric service, and it begged the question in my mind. Eversource has replaced a lot of the bulbs in streetlights. Has the town gotten any benefit from the modern, I would assume, or LED lights in the electric service? And I assume that's this line?
This line is for the streetlights. It's also for our traffic signals and other lights like that that we have out there that we're connecting. They have changed the bill rate for streetlights. If they've changed them out to LEDs, I would probably wager a guess that the decrease has not been to the
Commensurate.
magnitude of what they may be realizing themselves, but, that's, we pay the bill that they provide us because of the service that they provide.
They did do an adjustment.
They did do an adjustment.
Yeah,
We did
whether
see
it's
some of that, whether
accurate or
it's,
not is
you know,
unknown, hard to determine.
right. yeah.
Right.
And the question comes up of, why is this number maybe remain the same, even though some of that adjustment is there? We do add streetlights periodically. People call and request a streetlight in their neighborhood, and there's a process that gets involved in that. And so that's something that we generally want to make sure that for safety and so forth, that if people are requesting it, that it gets put in. In addition, there's a new traffic signal we're looking to put in it's currently in process of being put in at Pembroke Road and Glenville Road. So that's going to add something to this. Another thing that we're seeing and is yet to be determined what that delta in cost will be is now with all of the traffic signals, anytime that there's, currently they bill us on what is considered an unmetered service. So they bill us X amount per month. Set amount, that's per, Now they're requiring, based on state statutes, according to them, all traffic signals, when we do improvements on them, to be metered. So we're going to be having to put in meters for every traffic signal as we make a major modification to those traffic signals. So if we change a light bulb, that's not spurring this, but if we go into the box and change the box out of the traffic signal, that's going to require us to then upgrade it to a metered service. Now, we'll see where that cost goes. We'll see if it's a better deal for us or a worse deal for us. More than likely, I'm guessing it's probably not going to be a better deal for us, but we'll see how that goes.
Do we pay the electric on the Route 1 signals?
Yes, because those are our signals.
Okay.
All traffic signals in town are under our jurisdiction.
Okay.
So
Do we pay for the meter upgrade?
we will pay for the meter upgrade, yes.
That's all I have on that, but I've got waste disposal questions.
Yeah, sure. So just, based on the number of traffic lights we have in town divided by this, there's got to be more than traffic lights in this line item. Does this include your highway sheds as well?
It includes all the street lights, so every little bulb that floats over the road.
Oh, the street lights as well
The
as,
street lights as well.
okay.
But it's not the sheds.
Is it the sheds or no?
Are the highway sheds in there, or is that in our? Okay, yeah, highway sheds as well.
I was going to say, that's a lot of electricity for light bulbs and traffic lights. Can we go to the salary line for a second, if that's okay? I just wanted to talk about overtime, because we have had foreshadowing what we're probably going to see in a month or so. This is the snow plowing, the leaf collection. Are you, on payments for overtime services, are you comfortable with this increase of 2.5%?
Yeah, in general, we've been pretty okay with it. So this line does address our overtime for paving operations. It addresses overtime for leaf collection, and it addresses overtime for snow in the winter. We do paving operations in the summer, generally July and August timeframe, and also in the spring, we'll do April, May, a little paving then as well. Because of the labor agreements, when we do those operations for paving, we have an outside contractor that's doing the bulk of the work, but our staff is helping with traffic control, generalized cleanup maintenance, and just overseeing the operations. The contractor, because of just the general operations and the summertime months, daylight being longer, the need for the pavement to cool, they normally run a 10 to 11 to 12-hour day from the time they get started. They run about 8 hours of paving. By the time the staff's able to leave, it's a 10 or 12-hour day. So it's automatically required during those times that our staff has overtime based on the labor agreements, which are a 7-hour workday. So that's how we build this number. Leaf collection, we have a pretty good feel for what it generally takes our staff to get around to that. It can vary a little bit from year to year, depending on how many leaves come down, how quickly they come down, whether we try to, everybody asks us, when are we starting? But then, why'd you start so soon? Depending if their leaves have come off their trees or if their leaves came off their trees, a month before, depending on the type of tree. So we can't always win there with that statement, but we do our best to make a happy medium and get it so that we do generally do 2 rounds of collection. So we'll do 1 round, which will get the bulk of it, and then the second round is the final cleanup with some of the last stuff that's come down. And so they have a good idea of how long that will take them, but just because it is such a short and condensed time frame, we end up doing it some on Saturdays, and we do longer days during those times. So that's what the leaf collection. The snow is the biggest wild card in this whole matter, and that's the reason you hinted at you might be seeing us in the near future. You will be seeing us probably in the near future. Part of this is snow. We can't control when it comes down and how much comes down at once. This year, we've gotten lots of snow on Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. And those are prime time for overtime. So that's where our overtime budget has been eaten up a good chunk this year. We're also at 50 inches when we've been averaging anywhere between 20 and 30 to 40 inches at the most over the last 5 to 7 years. So we're already at 50 inches this year. So that's been a bigger amount. So those, and some of these storms, that one storm that we got on a couple weeks ago, that was, the guys were on hand for 30 straight hours. So they were busting it hard and getting that done. And then they've been, doing a lot of cleanup afterwards, overnights, stuff like that, when traffic is significantly less, when it's less impactful to traffic, to try and get that done. So the snow's definitely eating us up this year a little bit. We try to go based on the last 5 to 7 years of what we've been seeing for the average. This is an unusual year so far, so we'll hope that this will be an unusual year moving forward and that this number can hold tight. We do sometimes have a little bit of, because this division is so large, I forget what's the actual number, 65 or so people?
63, I think.
So 63 people in this division. We tend to have a vacancy of some sort pretty much at all times between the time we fill a position and so forth. So there tends to be a little bit of ability for us to use the regular salary money to make up for overtime in some cases, and that's why rather than coming to you right now, when we know we've pretty much burned our overtime budget out, we want to wait and see how much we're going to burn out between now and see what we might have left to give you a more accurate request for that interim appropriation that we're asking for. We're running, I don't know if anybody's, and this isn't the 100 lines, it's more the 200 lines, but salt has been an issue across the state and getting access to salt. We're doing our best with the salt that we have. We're still in okay shape. We're seeing a few shipments come in, but not to the level that we're hoping for. But we've used more salt this year so far than we've used all of last year. And so that's going to be probably the biggest portion of the request is replenishment of the salt.
So just to clarify, is that highway materials, 375?
That's under highway materials,
Okay.
yes.
Any other questions? Doug?
So just talking leaf collection, just looking through your annual reports, you know, the volume collected of leaves was pretty consistent for many years. And then in 23, 24, we went up from 30,000 to 40,000 cubic yards. Last year was almost 50,000. Why is that going up so much? And now it's been a few years in a row, so it's somewhat consistent.
So some of that is just based on how many leaves we're seeing come down. I don't know if the trees are getting more mature and having more leaves. And some of it could also be how much rain we get when the leaves come down, because that's based on cubic yards. If you think of a pile of leaves that's wet, it's a lot more condensed than a pile of leaves that's not wet, and it's fluffier. It may not weigh as much, but it's because we're not seeing a huge fluctuation in the weight of the leaves, so in the disposal weight. So
And so just to confirm, in terms of properties where you are servicing, has anything changed in that regard that would cause this expansion, or is just everyone's
we
leaf piles
haven't changed our service area.
Got it. So everyone's leaf piles are just 60% bigger?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay. And then just, I want to talk about, I guess we'll stay on expenses. Should we do revenue later?
We can touch on revenue if it has to do with highways, streets, and bridges.
It does. So for revenue for this department, you know, if we look through what we have so far, we have collected 31,000 of revenue for this department. in the
Doug, for everyone's benefit, can you just give us a page number?
Oh, sorry, that's complicated. We are on page 8, budget revenue by department. So year-to-date, we've only collected about 31,000 of revenue. Obviously, a lot of this ties into grants. There's that line item of 1.8 million for federal reimbursement that's in there. I guess, you know, we're a couple months on from when this budget was submitted. I guess, what visibility do we have on that revenue for this year?
So for the bulk of our grants, we sit down with finance periodically throughout the year and try and give them the best predictions that we have based on the programs that we're seeing, the projects we have coming up, and what the timeline for the payment is. Because every grant program has a different percentage of payment and also timeline that money comes in. Some programs are a reimbursement program, some programs are an upfront program, and some programs are at the end of the project program. So we have a good feel for that, and we try to predict that out with finance the best we can. One thing that has been helpful to us in the revenues that they've been collecting and so forth is they have created a individual line item, and that's kind of what you're seeing here, for each project. So that helps us to track those items out, and that's been very helpful. So that's something we're, happy with.
In lines with the change that we made, the revenues, when they come in for these projects, separate projects, go into the Z fund, and then we'll be transferring them over. We're going to figure out if that's quarterly or annually. We have not done that yet for this year. So that 1.8 million, actually two grants have come in, one being Westcomb Wood, and the other one being, I think it was safety.
Probably the CMAC Glenville, we're getting
Yep.
periodic payments throughout the year.
And so, believe it or not, it's close to 1.8 million. So
Great.
that will be transferred, the new way that we're accounting for it, is basically that 1.8 million. And we're not expecting anything major for the remainder of this year based on our discussions.
Got it.
We should be.
Yeah.
We should
We should be expecting the North Street Bridge.
be getting North Street
upfront
Bridge
money.
revenue.
That wouldn't go
So
through general
very
fund.
specifically, I'm referring to cash projects. So
Okay.
these reimbursements actually will hit the general fund.
Yeah.
The other reimbursements will go to the B fund, the capital, the bonded.
Got it. And so kind of similar line, just given this budget was submitted a few months ago, time has passed, we have a better understanding of what our cash projects in the year ahead may be. What, if any, potential revenue items might be highly probable but not included in the budget for FY '27?
We might be drifting a little bit into
That would
capital here.
get more into the capital piece, I
Okay.
think.
Why don't
So
we-
I prefer to wait until then, just
Yeah,
to-
why don't we loop back when we come
Yeah.
to capital? I mean, basically, the operating side of it, I just see a little revenue for street opening permits, the outdoor dining, I think now is in P and Z. Is that where the outdoor dining is? The permits, where's outdoor dining? Under land use, yeah. That's where the revenue goes, so it's not really applicable
Yeah.
in this. Okay, anything else on highway, streets, and bridges?
One more.
Yes, sorry. Sally? Thank you.
Hi, just a quick question. I've seen numerous trucks, many trucks carrying loads and loads of snow and going out Old Greenwich, out to Todd's Point, and I understand also to Holly Hill. And it looks like those are private contractors, not town trucks. And I'm just wondering where that line item, where you would see a private contractor working for DPW transporting things like snow, given all the snow we've had.
Come out of the 52300 line item, rental of outside equipment.
And so going back to Doug's point, this budget had an increase then of just 5,775 budgeted, but we've had an extraordinary winter. Are you expecting that line item would significantly increase or stay about the same?
We're hopeful. I mean, the other spot that will hit is in the parking services budget, because a significant amount of the work that we're doing is opening up parking stalls, parking lots, removing snow from parking stalls and parking lots. So that gets billed directly to them some as well. And so that's where that's where you'll be hearing more from us probably in March about that. But we think this is the first year in a number of years that we've had to do it this way, based on the amount of snow. So unless we, our hope is that this is a fluke this year with the snow, but we'll see.
Just to follow on Sally's question, so the 52300 bill, that's the rental of equipment, does that include labor as well? Or is labor up in temporary salaries?
The labor, so that basically includes a truck and a truck driver.
Okay,
All
thank you.
included in that one
All included,
line.
okay, thank you.
Just an associated question, if I could. So people have noted to me that they see an awful lot of United Rental trucks. They're always driven by an outside driver and not by a town employee? Or does it vary?
If they're United Rental trucks, then more than likely they're town staff that's driving those.
Okay.
We will pick up certain pieces of equipment for leaf season and snow season. So
Okay.
we'll rent a few pieces of equipment and pickup trucks, et cetera, for the fall and winter season to kind of enhance our fleet of
Right.
equipment that we have during that time. So so if it's a United rental, that's one thing. What we've been doing over the last month, basically, since we got that bad snowstorm in January, was we've had a few of our outside contractors we've been using to haul the snow from
Right, got it.
Greenwich Avenue, from parking lots, whatever, overnight, to Holly Hill or to Todd's Point, as was
Okay,
noted. So
thank
those
you.
are the two locations that we've been using, and you can see our mountains there.
David?
Good
Sorry,
morning.
I think
Yeah, no.
you're deferring to Matt.
No, yeah, good morning. I just wanted to ask you about the significant reduction in tipping fees revenue, since we're in that area now.
Well, hang on,
not there
we're going to get there.
All right, sorry. I thought-
We're in highway.
I thought
and,
Doug was asking about revenue, so,
Yeah, but we were in highway, streets and bridges. We're going to get there.
all right, thanks.
I'm going to stay in revenue.
I'll wait.
Okay, go ahead, David.
A remedial question. On the $1.8 million, are we saying that there will be $1.8 million in the budget, or that $1.8 million, I lost the thread at that. The $1.8 million for the federal reimbursement
I think we're going to cover that in capital.
in capital?
We're going to cover that, because those are reimbursements.
Okay, so that,
It's not operating, it's reimbursement
all
for
right, you
capital
will cover it,
projects.
all right.
Let's go with it.
It's, so to clarify, it's reimbursements that are for cash projects. So it is capital, but it's Z fund. So that's why it is related to
But
capital,
since
but it's
we're,
cash
can you
projects.
just answer, will we, is that $1.8 million going to be there in fiscal year '27 or?
It will be a different amount, so when we go through the specific
Okay,
projects,
okay,
you'll
okay,
see.
Okay.
Harry?
Yeah, it's somewhat related to this department, but we've heard a lot of complaints from the fire department about getting trucks repaired in the fleet department. Have you had similar troubles, especially with the high utilization this winter, or are you getting what you need?
I would say that they've been good over the last month or so with our operations. There's hiccups here and there. They could, there's definitely a need to make sure that, we definitely felt it when they had lesser staff. They were out of a couple staff members between looking for filling a position and also a person who was out on a medical issue. So when that was going on, there's definitely been some struggles getting our stuff done as quickly as possible, as quickly as needed. They did a nice job working very hard for us during that big storm. So that, we definitely give them kudos for, stepping up during that time, so.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Can I just ask about personnel in this department? It is a big department. Many positions require that you have a CDL. Are we still having issues with finding people who have that qualification?
It's still challenging to find people with that qualification. We do a program where we will hire people without the CDL and put them through the training program. So that is something that we've been finding. I think it's, from what we've heard, it's across the board. We're not the only DPW in the state that's having this same issue. It's definitely a lack of personnel available to the market in general. So it's challenging, but it's definitely something that is necessary for the work that we do. But
Well, I just want to extend my thanks to Pete and his team for doing such a good job trying to keep up with the snow, and, then it freezes, and then it's hard, just a case of ice, so it's difficult, it's challenging, and there's been a lot of snow, so thank you to everyone for doing that, and we look forward to seeing you when you're ready to talk about additional resources for that effort.
Do you have any forecast on when the pile at the dump is going to melt? That's a significant pile down
I'd say
there.
sometime between June and August potentially, but depends on how warm spring we get. But the biggest problem, one of the big problems we did have in this last storm was we never got, it was so cold, we had the deep freeze there right after the storm. So even right at, a lot of times when it snows, the next few days, you'll have 35, whatever, you can, salt it and ice it, and the stuff will melt off and you can peel it off. We had 2 weeks where it was just solid as a rock, so.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I would encourage everyone to look at the annual report because it talks about indeed how many streets we have to take care of, and you're doing this on a 2.2 projected increase in the budget. Anything on BOE projects done by DPW? Nope.
just, this was one, I'll just give a preview. This is one that primarily, most of this work transfer is staff that we're utilizing for snow removal. And so this may be another line item that might be coming in with our future request, because that's where this staffing, primarily at the Board of Ed projects, the Parks team, along with some of our highways team, do the bulk of the snow removal outside the schools. And so that's where this number comes from. So a lot of their overtime gets billed to this line and transferred over. So that's kind of a internal moving of money, of the way it's JVing of money back and forth for that, so.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. So the Parks team does the plowing for the school building, or DPW, or is it a combination thereof?
Primarily, Parks staff do the plowing under our direction, and if we need to, we will send, and we send some staff in to salt the lots, and also, if there's an, absolute need, we sometimes will send a couple trucks in to, help them out, but for the most part, it's park staff doing it.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have waste disposal, page 76. So I think we have a few questions on this line item.
Yep.
Harry, do you want to start? And then we'll get to Doug.
Yeah. Thank you. There's been a divergence over the last couple of years between the amount of revenue we collect and the disposal cost. And you've got revenue pegged at 2.3 million, a reduction of $300,000. And when we're looking at the waste removal services, it's going up by $150,000. Can you talk about this divergence that we've been seeing? And also talk about, I understand the removal contract is up or will be up soon, and that maybe there's a change in the cycle of the contract and, all of that. Big
Yep.
conversation.
It's a big conversation, yes, and I'll try and narrow it down here. So there's a couple things when it comes to waste removal and revenues. We charge private haulers for materials coming into the transfer station in trucks. That's a tipping fee. So they have to go across the scale, they get charged for trash removal. They do not get charged for recycling. So the cost of recycling, which there is a cost of recycling, and we anticipate that cost going up as well, we do not currently charge for the cost of recycling materials. The tipping fee, we have gone through and done increases over the years on that. However, we do feel we're pretty close to being in line with other communities in the area. Sometimes when you increase your tipping fee, you'll see the revenues go down, because people will then, if a truck's a truck's in Old Greenwich, they might take it to Stanford instead. If their tipping fee's a little bit less, then they'll take it all the way over to Holly Hill. If our fees are less than Stanford, we might see more people bringing it to us. So there's a little bit of that we wrestle with, and we try to keep in tune with the market out there with our neighboring communities. We feel we're close to that range. In addition, there's the hang tags. So a resident purchases a hang tag, which, based on the RTM's the resolution that the RTM put in on hang tags is it's $25 for a hang tag. So that is the cost to a resident. They do not get charged anything else unless they're bringing in a huge truck and trailer or something like that. Then they have to go across the scale. But if they're coming in their residential car 5 times a week with bags of trash every day, basically, they get charged $25. Or if somebody else comes in 3 times a year with their hang tag, they're getting charged the same $25 for that use of the facility. So that's
That's a
where-
separate line item.
Okay,
The permit fee revenue is
Right.
separate line item,
Yeah.
flat at 200. I'm more worried about the tipping fees compared to the waste removal services.
right, so the waste removal services also include all the trash that comes in through those
Right.
permit fees
No, I get
as well,
that.
so
But
there's some
again,
of
it's
that.
been diverging over the years, the
Yes.
cost and the revenue.
And part of that's due to the cost of the material costs going up. You're correct in saying our permit, and part of our reason for the not changing and keeping just a standard increase on the waste removal services is we're anticipating that prices will go up. Our contract we're hoping to get it out for bid very soon, and looking to have it implemented in December timeframe. So that way we have a good number for next year's budget of knowing where we're at. We don't know if we'll need to adjust our number. We feel like we've been running a little bit on the lower end. We've had a little bit of a cushion in this number, but based on some of the numbers we've been hearing about and seeing in the market, we anticipate our numbers are going to be going up probably a significant amount higher than the 3% on the per ton basis for those. There's a variety of other services that get looped into the waste removal line item that are there, so.
Actually, can we clarify that? Because is waste removal just MSW and the construction? And where's recycling? Patrick's behind you if you need to, or Bill.
To say, Bill's
So-
probably the best person here, but Bill will correct me. 251 is MSW Organics,
Organics and construction and demolition.
construction and demolition, and then the 252 is collection and removal of recycling, and so that's the recycling line.
Okay. And I know the market, you said that is going up. Have our rates of recycling remained constant, or are they going down? This is a 2.6% increase. Is it because of the cost of disposal, or is it the amount of disposal, or both?
It's a combination of the costs are going up, the volume is going down slightly. So we're seeing less of the recycling coming into the facility. So people are either recycling less, or they're combining their recycling in with their trash, and then it just gets put into the trash line. So the other thing that we see, and it's really hard to control on our end because we're not in charge of it, is the haulers, what haulers are doing, how they're handling their services, what they're charging. There's been some changeover of ownership of certain haulers, and so your hauler's name today may be a different name tomorrow. And so then they may operate slightly differently because there's been some mergers and so forth. And so for a little bit of a period of time, we saw less material coming in. Now we've seen more material the last couple months coming in because of this change, because a different hauler has purchased another one of the haulers, and now that hauler is bringing that material plus their stuff in. So we feel, until we have the new contract, we'd really feel that we shouldn't change this number. Otherwise, we're very concerned we'd be coming in for an interim appropriation, but.
I think that leads to Doug's questions.
Actually, can I,
Well, I had just one closing comment if I could.
Okay.
I'm not sure that I worry about being competitive price-wise with surrounding communities because to the extent that waste is diverted from Holly Hill, it saves us money.
Yeah, right.
So, thank you.
sorry, I'd put Harry's in context. When you look at surrounding communities, we're towards the low end for tipping fees, if not at the low end. But I actually just want to ask to Harry and Laura's questions. I want to ask some broader questions about Holly Hill, because if you look at the amount of trash that actually moves through there, after we introduced the tipping fee, it took a step down. Last year, we saw a significant decrease in trash of tonnage. It was down 16%. This year, at least through the first half of the year, using tipping fee, we're down another 10. What fundamentally is happening for the operations where we're seeing such a decline in the amount of trash moving through Holly Hill?
So based on our tonnages, we're not seeing a significant decrease this year compared to last year. So on what's going out, we don't know if it's based on if you're looking at based on tipping fee numbers, that could be that people are now not paying their haulers and they're bringing the trash down there themselves. It could be, you know, we've seen the tonnages are pretty steady, if not going up a little bit this year.
Let me just say that first piece beggars a little belief, just because, 85% of trash that goes through 82, something like that, is via the haulers. So it's not like permit haulers or permit people have significantly increased their trash by 50% or whatever. So that doesn't quite make sense. So I don't understand. Tipping fees are down significantly, as is the cost of waste disposal. So both the input and the output are down significantly in the first half. So I'm confused by that comment.
Bill, could I ask you to come up and use the mic, or can someone pass Bill a mic just for GCTV? Thank you.
I did a brief analysis prior to our meetings, and our monthly tonnage coming into the facility has remained consistent over the last 5 years. It ranges from roughly 2,300 tons per month to 2,700 tons per month as of last week. As far as the revenue is concerned, you have to remember that we have some haulers who pay on a per transaction basis. We have 7 haulers that pay monthly. So the revenues for the month of February won't actually show up until March, because they're billed on the first business day of the month after the close, and their credit cards are charged 5 business days after those transactions go out, after the statement goes out to the haulers.
I think we can follow up more on that offline. Can we just also talk about recycling? So recycling volumes, according to what you all report, are at their lowest level in a decade since we introduced single stream recycling. As a ratio to the MSW that goes out, it's also towards its lowest. Just what's gone on there? Because you would think with tipping fees, there would be a benefit to haulers to incentivize people to split them, because they have to pay $119 a ton for one, pay $0 for the other. Can you just explain what is going on and what, if anything, we as a town should be doing to incentivize or encourage splitting of recycling?
I mean, I think when we're starting to see we're starting to see the numbers creeping very close together in the cost of disposal between recycling and MSW. So I'm not sure long-term we're going to see a significant difference financially in the cost of the two. Environmentally, it's a very good thing to recycle. However, if you're looking strictly at a financial basis, we're not sure that that's going to be a long-term benefit to the town to have them separated. I think that one thing that Patrick and I were talking about the other day is a lot of the, like the grocery stores and so forth, they're doing they used to be bringing a lot of their cardboard and so forth to us. A lot of them are now baling and doing that themselves because they're able to sell that on their own if it's kept clean and not put into the single stream. So we may have seen some volumes reduced because of that. Beyond that, we're not real sure why the tonnages are going down. They just are going down.
Joe?
Thank you. You mentioned a lot of these haulers are changing their names and being purchased and bought and sold, and we had something like that happen at our house. And at our house, we very careful to separate recyclables and regular trash, and the old hauler used to separate the two and take them at different times. I was looking at the new hauler pull up, and he took the trash, both bags, and put them in the same back of the truck. So basically, some haulers are not separating, as you said. My question is that we're doing nothing to give them the incentive other than a minor price differential if they separate the two because you're delivering recyclables and they're not charged for that. But basically, you're saying that the labor to do that is offsetting to the point where they don't bother anymore. Are we doing anything at our end to incentivize those to continue to do what's certainly good for the environment?
Well, I mean, I think number one, most of the trucks, and Patrick can correct me if I'm wrong, most of the trucks that are coming into Holly Hill are split trucks, meaning even though it's one truck and it's one driver and he grabs two bags, the truck's divided kind of in half, and he's putting the trash in the left side and the recycling in the right, or vice versa. And so it may look like he's throwing it into the same truck and it's all going in the same hopper. Now,
No,
I'm not
my
saying,
guy is not. Trust me.
I'm not saying that's the case in all cases, but but I think that for them, the incentive is they're paying $119 a ton for the trash and they're paying $0 for the recycling. So I would think there'd be some incentive there.
Thank you.
But when you've got a split truck, how do you charge them? Because they're going across the scale.
They go
with
across the
everything.
scale and then they come back across the scale. So they go across the scale, they dump, and then they go
Well,
across the
that's
scale.
real efficient.
For some hauling companies, it's a one-stop shop. You know, they don't have to send a second truck back to pick up. But if I may add, you mentioned that if you're putting your recycling in a trash bag, it's considered trash. So if it helps, try to keep it loose, everyone.
But we have the blue garbage can. Doesn't that make a difference? I'm kidding, but yes, I get it.
So can I just ask a follow-up question on the waste removal services, includes MSW, organics, and construction debris? Does that include any labor similar to the outside contractors? Does our contract with the Waste Innovations, does it include any labor?
So we have a monthly service fee for the facility, and they provide staffing down there. It's, Patrick can correct me if I'm wrong, but they probably have a few more people than even we do down there, correct?
They do. They
And
do. They
so-
actually have about 4 more employees than waste disposal, plus their office staff and management.
And that's included in that line item? So it's not just the actual physical carting away, it's also labor, which
Right, we
has
pay a monthly service fee for the facility, for them to do their work with us at the facility, and the cost of the material being hauled out, so.
Do we have any data on how many haulers go outside of Holly Hill? I know you do a lot of tracking, and I haven't been keeping up with it, but
They are
what are the
required,
trends?
they are required, and we say that loosely, to report to Patrick and company when they are taking it to other locations, but we can't guarantee that they're reporting 100% accurately. But we do keep track of that because we do have to report that to the state. We're supposed to report to the state how much trash and so forth we're generating each year as a town. And so that's a number that we keep track of and try to go from there. But that's strictly based on, trusting the haulers to say what they're sending elsewhere. Because sometimes it's hard to say, like if one of the haulers is collecting along, the border between Stamford and Old Greenwich, how much are they picking up at each person's house in Stamford, and how much are they picking up at each person's house in Greenwich? And do we really know? And they're probably saying, well, we have 10 people in Greenwich and 40 people in Stamford, so you're getting 1/5 of this load or whatever. And that's the extent of what they're doing, even though it may be, 40 5-bedroom houses and 10 one-bedroom houses would be a significant difference too, so.
Sorry, can I just follow up on an earlier comment? You mentioned that the cost per tonnage of MSW or of recycling is approaching MSW. Can you quantify that?
I mean, what we're seeing and what we're hearing from the group is that it's getting closer to around 100. We're paying around $100. Basically, we're paying around $100 per ton for recycling based on our contract, or for MSW based on our contract. We're paying about 70 right now. We're hearing from the haulers and from other municipalities that recycling is getting closer to $100 a ton for removal.
And sorry, so contextually, right, that's if you get 70 and going to 100, that's a, what, I don't know, 40-ish% increase. So, and that's not what's budgeted here. Do we have fixed contracts, or are we expecting to see that in the next year or two, that recycling costs are going to go up that materially?
We have a contract through June of this year. We're looking to get a 6-month extension to get it so that the contract is done through the end of the calendar year, and then going out for a full bid. So we anticipated that this amount would be basically our 6 months plus our normal. We normally have a 3% increase on those costs each year, is how the existing contract is. So that's what we kind of budgeted here for. And then we figured we would be looking at where the numbers come in. Also, with seeing the volumes being down a little bit, we'll see whether between working those two numbers, they might land about at this number, even though the percentage of the per ton cost went up, it will be going up more than 3%. The volume's coming down. Hopefully they'll work out. If not, we'll be, having a conversation potentially mid-year on that, so.
David?
So, Jim, the 251 is budgeted for this year at $5.4 million. Do we know how much of it has been expended in the first 6 months? What's the run rate on that expenditure? Are we below, behind, above?
I have my appropriation statement from Friday. I could tell you where we've spent as of Friday. Pull it out here. And the other thing to remember is, like Bill mentioned, with most of our bills, even though we're 6 or 7 or 8 months in, we're really looking at probably a 5 to 6 month number because of the billing cycle and the timing it takes to get the bills and so forth. So to date, we've spent around 1.6 is what's gone out, and there's 700,000 in encumbrances. So
Through January?
that's as of the checks as of last week, but that's probably through December timeframe. Would be my
So there's
guess,
a lag.
right?
Yes, there is a lag, and there was a billing issue for 1 month of our MSW costs that I am trying to resolve with Wind Waste Innovations in order to get the bill processed by the finance office. They have not billed us correctly, so I'm trying to sort it out with their New Hampshire office. When we initially, we had representatives here in Stamford that handled the billing piece and also the collection piece. Now all the representatives are in their corporate headquarters up in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. So it makes it harder to get things resolved because there's like 6 people involved now instead of just 1.
But even with all of that noise, it appears as if we will come in below, I mean, one doesn't know, the 5.4. Joan is nodding yes.
We're at 2.3 now, through 12/31.
Harry?
Yeah, just one comment. Since there's so many moving parts here, I would ask you to proactively keep us informed through the liaisons of, how you go on the contract, how you're going on tonnage. Maybe there's some sort of a regular report that could be given to us. I don't know, but please work with the liaisons on that. Thank you.
So if I were to have a couple of takeaways from this conversation, I guess I would continue to urge residents and commercial operations to recycle because it doesn't cost us, it costs them less, but right now, there's a little bit of a price differential it costs a
Yeah,
little
there's
less to recycle.
Yes, it's helpful to us and it's helpful to the environment.
It's the right thing to do.
Right thing to do.
I see we may be running a little bit below on the waste removal services line, but I'm also hearing there's increased costs in the sector. There's a lot of certainly consolidation in the sector. We hopefully will extend our contract for 6 months and then we'll be in a position to bid. So I think, we'll have to see what that cost increase may or may not be, but I think we need to keep an eye on. There's fewer haulers from what I can tell. It's kind of like school buses. Everyone's being consolidated.
Yes. Yeah, and I know that our belief and the reason we haven't gone to look at tipping fee change and permit fee change is we're kind of waiting for the new contract to see where we would be and then look at that time and say, okay, now our costs have gone up this percentage. It seems like a good time to go out for a tipping fee modification, so.
And then my other takeaway is I know when tipping fees were first instituted, probably 4 or 5 years ago now, I think it was 112 per ton, and now it's 119. The residential tag program was originally proposed at $75 per household per year. It was reduced to 25. I don't know I think that was as part of an ordinance, so I don't know if that's something that falls under the first selectman's purview to revisit or if the RTM. But I don't think, given these escalating costs, it would be a bad idea for somebody to take a look at that.
The tipping fees are through the first selectman's office. The permit hang tags are through the RTM. But yes, we're definitely,
I mean, part of our conversation here is, when tipping fees first were put into play, we were not necessarily trying to offset make it a profit center, but we were trying to reduce the increasing costs of disposing of our waste, also trying to minimize our waste. I know during COVID, we had a huge spike. The Holly Hill was the busiest place in town, I think, for a number of months. But I think it is prudent that the bodies that have oversight take a look at the relationship between the costs and expenses. So I would just put that message out. Matt, did your questions get answered? Okay. Anyone else have anything? All right, thank you, everyone. I have one more question. If people don't have their tags, there's an opportunity for them to pay $10 at the Scale House. Has that program been working well? Can you tell?
It has been for what we need. Residents will actually come up and tell us, look, we only use the facility once a year. We just have some mattresses to get rid of, and we charge them the $10. We've been pretty, I don't want to say blessed with coverage for people checking for permits because we don't have anybody full-time checking. There are actually folks that have been injured and on light duty, something we worked out with HR to help check for the hang tags. And most people comply. We'd just rather have them get their hang tag than to pay the $10, if that helps.
yeah, I'm sure we'll have a further conversation later in the day about whether or not redoing Holly Hill would be beneficial or not, that would be one thing that could be improved down there, is the ability to better control people coming in and out of the facility.
Yeah, I remember it was mentioned when there was an internal audit of the facility.
Yep.
There are options. All right, Patrick, thank you very much. Bill, thank you. Moving on from waste disposal to building construction and maintenance. Luigi, this is you. Doug, you had some questions? Do you want to start?
Just to start, one thing that was notable in the annual reports was that the number of work requests here have gone up substantially. 2025 is almost 1,000. The year before was 800, and the whole decade before was about 600. Just what's caused this change, and what had been a consistent trend?
Basically, that's primarily due to tracking. A couple of years ago, we implemented a new tracking software program compared to the way we were tracking them before. So we're now tracking it significantly better and making sure that the staff is putting in when they're doing work orders. The other piece that we're trying to have them track and do separately is if there used to be some combination of a work order. If there's multiple tasks being done, we're trying to track that separately. So we're asking them to put those in as two different work requests, even though they may be looking to, change the light bulbs in this room and then change the light bulbs in the first selectman's room. They used to do that as one work order. Now we're having them do it as two work orders. It's still about the same amount of work. It's just we're tracking it differently so that we kind of can maybe see trends of where we're seeing things having issues more frequently and for future maintenance purposes.
So just to clarify on that, so process improvement for better reporting that should lead to better preventative maintenance or other things going forward, but in terms of actual workflow, the amount of work hasn't meaningfully changed.
Not significantly, unless you may talk to some of the guys, but got it. No, I think we haven't seen a significant amount of change that way.
Okay. Just kind of similar to another department, with the electric expense here, your forecast is above the 25 actual. The first half of this year, actuals are actually down 20% year on year. I understand there can be timing and whatnot. But, some of our other departments are forecasting utility costs to be down this year from some of the changes in public benefit and whatnot. Just maybe why is this forecast expected to be as high as, or at this level?
Basically, we look at what is our building costs to run our buildings. We did get the Cohen Eastern Grant Civic Center came on board in the past year, so that's another factor that we've had to make sure that we're covering those costs as well. In addition, just we try to go based on what we're seeing as the difference in cost and also based on our actuals. So.
Got it. And then just more holistically, kind of what is our kind of stated or implied energy strategy across our buildings? I know it's you're not going to be changing all the HVACs or whatnot, but we still have a big heating oil line item here. Just what is our strategy across buildings, and over time, kind of how do you expect our sources of energy to evolve?
Yeah. So the gist of it is that as equipment ages out, we look at what's the current market, what's the market looking like, what is the best use at that time when we're looking at replacing equipment. We are looking at converting certain items. We also have to look at some locations of some of our buildings and some of our facilities don't have availability of certain other sources of energy. So that's another factor that gets involved in that. So for instance, some of our remote locations don't have access to, natural gas. So we can't convert it to a natural gas usage. We have to use fuel oil or electric or what have you. So those are, we're trying to stay up to date. We're trying to implement with any of our, new facilities and new equipment, the latest and greatest, usage of that, and, see what's available in the market there.
Anything else on building construction and maintenance? We'll be back during capital. All right, next department, page 78, building inspection. We have John Valerie here as well. Any comments here?
So I guess going
Is this
back,
on expenses, or are we going to revenue?
I was starting at revenue.
Okay, so we're going to revenue.
So back to
Page
page 8. Just want to, and this is more kind of a context for the first half of this year, we're already at 5.5 million from permits, and it's 70% above the average. Has anything changed in our building permit pricing model? Is this volume driven? Is it value driven? Kind of how sustainable is that change?
So it's a combination. We have a couple big projects that are going on. There's I don't know if you've heard of the Benedict Court project that's going on. That project, their building permit fees were close to $1 million. So as you know, permit fees are based on the value of the improvements. We're seeing, based on the cost of materials, the value of improvements are increasing. So the cost it's costing the property owner to, do a building addition is costing them more. So that's increasing the permit fees. We've got another one for Greenwich Country Day Schools, got a pretty good permit fee. Let's see what else. Like the YWCA's got there's been a few different pretty reasonably large projects that are coming up, so in town. So those tend to be a little bit more of an anomaly that throws it off from one year to the next. If we start seeing a fair number of projects similar to Benedict Court going into town, then we may look at wanting to adjust our predictions there. But at this point in time, we think it's a little too early to make a
I understand.
drastic change.
So the way to think about it, right, is so the pricing model hasn't changed. Volumes may be up a bit, but those kind of ebb and flow. You have higher project costs, which for the most part, and we charge off project value, right? So we have a couple of very large project value, but then there's also the underlying inflation, which we're seeing in some of our construction projects and whatnot, that should be sustainable and should be something that we think about for revenue on these percent of project costs going in, because that should continue. So there's like one underlying driver that should continue. Some of the others are more bumpy. Is that fair?
Correct, yeah.
Joe?
But now these big building projects, like the Benedict Court project, that's been in the works for some time. So you'll know well in advance when these fees are going to be coming in, so you could well predict those. There's no surprise all of a sudden, big project that falls on your lap that should change what we project these fees to be, right?
Yes and no.
Okay.
There's always a time where a project goes through the process and doesn't ever show up in the building permit. So a lot of times projects will start in, I don't know. There was a project a number of years ago that was talked about over along Route 1 on Post Road, near Post Road Ironworks. Haven't seen that project moving forward yet.
Right.
So,
Good point.
so that's an example of something that, happens. There's a number of these projects from the time they start until the time they're, get to the finish line to get to the building permit process, they change a significant amount of the number of units, the value of the project, so.
So the department will be aware of these projects. It's just when they're going to execute on the permit is the variable.
Yes, very
Thank
much
you.
so.
Thank you.
So how do you budget for this line? Is it based on a run rate? Is it based on an estimate of when known future projects may hit? Or what's your formula?
Actually, it's like most of our other,
Sorry, Bill, I think you need a mic.
sorry.
I believe that typically when we are budgeting that line item, we look at where our historical values have been. We bumped it up because obviously you see last year we exceeded our revenue for that line item. That's why we bumped it up to the 26, 27, the 5.25 million for revenue in that line item. But again, it all depends on the economics. Because as we know, if we budget too high, we don't meet the expectation because the building had, because there's a slump in the building in the area and so forth, and that causes an issue too. So we typically try to look at our historical averages for that particular item.
And just kind of loosely related, just is there, you said it's mostly value-based, there's some volume-based. Is staffing still at a level where you're able to turn around permits in a timely fashion?
Yeah, we've been with our staffing, we've had a few changeovers within staff, but we've tended to keep on top of that and keep on pretty reasonable response times for the review times and issuance. So we haven't seen a significant change. It hasn't been a case of, we were running it a 5-day window from the time you submitted till the time you got it to now we're at 25 days. It hasn't been anything like that. We've been hitting our normal time frame for that.
I'd like to probe this a little bit because we have invested in some software to help with scheduling inspections and permitting. Can we talk about how that has helped or, how that has changed the department? I don't know if John wants to come and speak to it or not. He's welcome to if he wants to add a comment.
Well, I don't know that there's a whole lot to speak about at the exact moment because we're stuck in the IT cybersecurity realm of implementation of that at the moment. So there hasn't been a whole lot of movement on that right at the moment, but
there have been past investments.
we have done past investments. It has been helpful, and that has been, the past investments really was for the maintenance of the software itself that keeps those permit documentation. That's kind of the keeping of all the kind of the database of the permits. That's what we have there now. The piece that we're looking to get implemented now, moving forward is the scheduling of the permits and the actual permitting piece. Where one of the pieces that will help with is, I did see there was a question about the document imaging that Doug sent. The document imaging line is for microfilming of plans. Currently, everybody has to bring paper plans into the office. That will disappear in a number of years from now because we're a number of years behind the schedule. It isn't like as plans come in, they go out right away. We need to keep them on hand. So we're, 5 to 7 years in the rears on getting things scanned. So that will be here for another 5 to 7 years, hopefully, once we get the online stuff done. But then we might be able to see that line decrease, or eliminated, But in general, they've seen it be helpful to them with the scheduling. We think that we're just in the very baby steps of what we're doing with it right now. And once we get it moving forward, that will get, hopefully improve efficiency.
Is there, maybe just to the online permitting software that got approved in December, which I think you mentioned is an IT cybersecurity holdup. What is a reasonable timeline for that software to go live? And I just I'm new to this. So
Probably 12-month implementation once it gets out of the holding pattern it's currently in.
Okay. I have one more expense-related question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So just going back to the expenses, which are on page 78, I just want to understand for the 130 temporary salaries. you know, it was 110,000 last year, or 108,000. The prior couple of years, it's all been give or take 100-something thousand. You're budgeting for 66, 68. Is that an appropriate expense, given what history has been?
We hope so. We think that that number is, we were using a little bit more in the temporary salaries, and because we had a retirement of our past building official, and then there was just changeover. We utilized his services for a period of time to help with some of the workload issues. We were seeing some heavier workload because of a few of the school projects that have come through and a few of the other large projects. There's been a need for additional review time, so we've had that. If we start seeing a significant number of projects and increases, we may be looking to see if there's the need for additional staff in the future, but at this point in time, we feel utilizing the temporary salaries has been helpful, and we think that that number just may be a little bit inflated those couple of years because of changeover and potential staffing increases, so.
I mean, I just want to point out, this is one of those departments that headcount has remained flat, but the volume it's a large amount of volume and a lot of complicated projects. And I know that the school building projects, the schools do not pay a building permit fee, but they take an extraordinary amount of time and attention from staff members. We have a number of them going on now. So I commend this department. I think, hopefully the investments in technology to make it more efficient. I know oftentimes you're going between departments, inland wetlands and conservation and other things. There's a lot going on. So I think this is, an area where, we always are looking for efficiencies in technology, and I hope that this does pay off.
Yeah, so do we.
Any questions from the side? David?
The run rate for building permits is 5.2 million for the first 6 months versus the budget for this year of 5 million. That's good news. I know it's way early, but you have a insight about big projects. You mentioned a few, Greenwich Country Day, Benedict Court, and so on. What's your sense as to how that number may shake out for the year? Do you have any sense?
Not really.
Worth a try on my part.
I mean, it's something we could have a discussion about, but it's hard to know when these projects will be coming into the office for their permits and so forth, so.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I think that brings us to the end of the operating. So I'm going to suggest we take a little recess before we go to capital, but before we do that, I just wanted to, yes.
gonna do sewer.
Yes, we're going to do sewer. Doug just reminded me of that, so before that, let's go to the sewer funds. Yep. Sewer maintenance fund, any questions?
Yeah, I've got a question about.
You're doing operating or capital?
Operating.
Go ahead.
You've got on the first page, you've got other revenue at 782, which is down 13%. And then on page 6, there is septic tank disposal collector permits, I guess it is, which is down from the 24-25 actual substantially, but flat year over year. So what is the revenue from other revenues of 782? Why is it down? And what's going on with septic tank collector permits?
Will help. I'm phoning my friend, right, so.
What page are you looking at, Eric?
Well, page 1 is the other revenue of 782, down from 902.
I don't know that we actually determined that number, Jeff. That might be sewer.
I can't hear you.
I'm not sure that we actually determined that number. But let me look.
All right, we can come back to that.
Yeah, and then on page 6 is the septic tank collections, which I should have caught last year was 408 in 24, 25, and it's 250 this year and 250 next year.
I just, that again is, that's something that's difficult to determine, Harry, because of the fact that we charge the septic hauling companies to bring, when they go to a property that's still on septic,
Yeah,
and they empty their storage, their septic tank. So that is strictly driven by the volume, the amount that comes in. It's driven by the volume. And it depends on how many homeowners need to avail themselves of a septic hauler. So it's kind of one of those things that you can't really determine an
Yeah, but it
accurate
shouldn't-
figure for.
it shouldn't vary that much year to year.
I was gonna say, what we can do, we can go back and look at the actuals from the last
Yeah, if you
number
could
of
get
years
back
and
to
just
us on
see if there's anything that
And the
we might
revenue
want
and
to tweak
the
that a
overall,
little bit.
the
or
two
whatever.
revenue questions, that would be great if you could get back to us. Thank you.
So, and just while we're asking questions on septic haulage, if you look, it's about 400,000 a year the last 5 years. But how is the fee, can you just remind us the septage fee, and when was the last time that changed?
Rich? That one I can't answer, unfortunately.
So one of the things that we do with and Rich, you'll help me out here if I say this wrong. They pay basically for a ticket, right?
So basically, it's $35 per 500 gallons, and each hauler is charged for the full volume of their truck, regardless of whether it's full. And that fee has been that way for as long as I've been here, and probably before that. I think it may actually be I can't remember if that's in the charter.
Actually, it's in the town charter.
Oh, dear.
All right. that's
Same thing with like the
that's- I'm
sewer
adding
permit
that to the
fees.
list.
Yeah.
Like Rich just mentioned too, the sewer permit fees have remained the same since the 80s.
Oh, wow.
Because they're also listed in the charter as well. There's like a connection fee and a inspection fee that's why they haven't changed, so.
Oh, dear.
Okay, just so you know, in a separate committee, the BET is looking at policies and procedures, and we have a running list of charter items, as does the law department, as does the finance department, so we're going to add it to the list. That seems very clunky.
And just wanted some context around nitrogen credits, because those have been, call it, $20,000 to $30,000 of revenue the last few years. I remember when we visited, that's a point of pride that you all are getting credits. Last year, the revenue is de minimis. Just, is that a program issue? Is that a Grass Island specific issue? Just what changed in that aspect of the model?
So it's a function of, we can't really always control the quality of the influent, the volume coming in. Basically, we're at the limit of the technology for nitrogen removal. 2025, we removed a higher volume than in 2024. We won't know what that value is yet. The dollar value is set by the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. So they set the value for the credit. So we have no control over it. That's why we don't, we don't predict a big number. So it could fluctuate from year to year, but I think the last 6 years, I think we've had, credits received. So it's basically a bonus just for doing a good job.
I'm asking less from a forecasting
Yeah.
perspective. Point at zero makes sense to me, but it was just, did something fundamentally change in either the program or your operations such that last year we got effectively zero?
No, I mean, I think what happens is that the state program has evolved over the years because they've already reached their target for what they were trying to remove because it involved with the Long Island Sound study. So there hasn't been a big change. I think if you were on the other side of having to pay credits, you would have seen a bigger increase in dollar amount.
Got it.
But the credit value is on the low side.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, let's go to expense questions on page 3. Doug?
So again, just common recurring theme, the 222, again, 1.04 million actual in 25, the budget's 1.2 million and going up. Just, can you provide some context on that? Is there anything in terms of increased utilization, why you would expect unit to be up, or is it just price or conservatism or whatnot?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's primarily just based on historicals and increases in the cost of the service.
Got it. And then on the, sorry, can you just explain the 5253? So for context there, that expense has basically doubled over the last 6 years. It was about 500,000, now it's almost $1 million. And then you're expecting it to increase, and if we're on that kind of line, I get it, but just,
Sorry, are we on sludge?
we are on sludge, yes.
Okay, so currently, that is, as Laura indicated, it's for the removal of grit and sludge from the transfer station, which is a waste product of the process overall. We have seen the costs go from $68.50 per ton for removal. We are now currently paying close to $150 per ton to remove that same material. And that's what accounts for the dramatic increase over the past several years.
Got it.
And where do we take that? How far away do we have to go?
It goes to Hartford MDC for incineration. The sludge.
The sludge stuff.
Yeah, the grit goes elsewhere, yeah.
And then just going to the next page.
Before, can I just go
Yeah.
back to electric for a minute? Does that cover not only, does that cover all the pump stations too? Yes, it does. Okay, all right, thank you.
And then just on the next page, and just trying to understand, under 57120, I guess just how is that number set year to year, and why was the actual zero last year?
The 57120 figure, that's a calculation that's made by the budget director. That's the money that goes back to the general fund for the cost of benefits for the employees that are paid through the sewer fund.
Got it. And it was
I'm
just
not, I'm not sure
Anything
why
to
it's
add?
zero on the $25.
probably a typo.
I don't know. I have to look at that.
Okay, and then just the last one, the 59650, just, can you just explain that expense? And, seems to bounce around. And again, if you look back a few years, it was several $1 million, so it was kind of trending down. So if you can just explain that to us for, again, I'm
Yes,
ignorant.
because that line item, initially when the budget is developed and approved, that includes all of the capital projects that are appropriated under the sewer maintenance fund. It all gets put into like one big bucket before it's broken out into individual projects. So that's why that fluctuates. It depends on what is appropriated from year to year.
Get it. We can follow more. All right, good. Thank you. Those are mine.
Can I just go back to software for a second? I know in the capital, there's a request to upgrade all the software. Is this in anticipation of a higher annual cost, or is this other software?
Basically, that's, the increase there is based on the cost of what our software annual maintenance fees are running and how the increase in the cost of those is running higher for all that.
Okay, so this is the project that's in the capital. We're going to upgrade that software? Is that right? Is that this item? No?
No.
This is actually for the cost for the cybersecurity down at the Grass Island plant to make sure that our processing systems and so forth are secure from cyber threats. And we've had to change providers. The company that we had no longer provides the software, so we had to change suppliers.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Harry?
Yeah, as I recall, you've got a long-standing vacancy in this division. Can you update us on the status of that and what you're trying to do to get that filled and why it's been vacant so long?
So within sewer, we tend to have vacancies. I don't know if it's, it is a unique place to work. So I don't know if that's has anything to do with it. But it is, there's also within many of our staff members, even at the Teamster level, there's certain certifications, certain requirements that they have to meet, certain licensures that they have to meet. Those licensures are not the easiest to get, and so we've been trying to find staff. Sometimes when we fill a position, another person retires, and then we've got that same if we have 2 or 3 of those people, it may look like it's been vacant for a very long time, and there have been a few of them that have been vacant for a decent period of time. We're doing our best, we're posting it, we're trying to find out if there's ways that, we're working with HR to see if there's better ways to do this. It's just, it's the market, or I don't want to say, the number of people out there is just not enough out there that to fill the positions that are available and probably in the market across the state. So that's where we run into challenges. So that's the primary piece. I mean, we are getting some of our staff, and we're trying to encourage them to, kind of with the same way with our civil engineering thing I was talking about. We're trying to get them in at the lower end and work their way and train them and do that. And our plant manager has been doing some of that, trying to help with some of that training, but, it takes time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Harry. I mean, again, this is a 24/7 operation, so there's a lot going on.
Yes.
And for anyone who hasn't taken the tour, I highly recommend it. It is really quite fascinating.
It really is, I agree.
It really is. So new BET members, I think we should schedule something. Anything on the sewer improvement fund? All right, I guess we should go to parking and to the highway department section as well. We're doing parking on, with the police, but I'm highway traffic operations, the signs and lines people. On page 4 of the parking schedules. Is there anything we want to comment on there? In the capital, there's some items to put markings on streets for bicyclists and pedestrians. Is that something this department does?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not just parking lots, it's,
I mean, some of.
let's explain what this department is, just for those of people who don't know.
So this department is basically what we call our signs and lines staff. But it's also our traffic signal maintenance team. So it involves, I think there's six people in this one. And they are just for they're the ones that maintain all of our traffic signals. They maintain all of our signs that are out there, installing new signs. They're doing periodic work on the lines. We do outsource some of the line painting itself because we don't have the equipment to do, we tend to use for most of our roadway work, epoxy, which is a different product than just paint. It lasts a lot longer. It stays a little bit brighter when it comes to it. So that's what they're utilizing. They have their own, but anytime that there's a traffic signal, if something happens with the traffic signal, they're the ones that get called out. They're the ones that are maintaining those. They're, checking all the signals periodically and going from there. So that's, I don't even know how many signs we have in town. It's in the thousands. They're maintaining all that as well. So they stay busy.
Yep. And do you happen to know what kind of software that they use in their operations? And I'm only asking because broadly, software is one of those things like subscriptions that creep up on you. Before you know it, you're paying all these, or your kids are paying all this money for a subscription. So what does this cover?
So when it comes to the software piece, we have they have a variety of different pieces of software. They have software that runs the detection cameras. So a lot of pretty much at every signal, there's a camera that detects traffic at them. It's not that they're recording the intersections, but it's saying there's a car here, a car there. If you think back in, 20 years ago, there used to be the little marks in the road, the little wires in the road that if you drove up and went over top of it, it would sense your car there. We don't do those anymore primarily because they wouldn't last very long because of the freeze and thaws that we have and the change in the asphalt pavement. So we've now implemented cameras that do the same thing. In addition, there's software systems that allow them to be able to change the timing, change the, when lights are red, yellow, green, all that. So that's part of that software package. Some of the other, we've started to implement the speed display signs. So you have the school zone signs. There's some software that's involved with that. There's software that's involved with the speed display. So a lot of times, not where the school zones are, but we periodically will put these speed display signs out there that say you're going X amount. And those have software tied to them. Those are, enabled through a cellular system to where we're able to check on that and it collects the data when we have them out there. So that gives us some input onto how many cars are going by, what the average speeds are, what the 85th percentile speeds, all these different factors that we go into what's occurring out there. Those are different pieces of software. I think that's probably we also have on our traffic signals, we have the system for emergency services. So for the fire trucks and the ambulances, there's a preemption. So when one of them is coming towards a signal, the intent is for the signal to switch over so that the direction of travel of the emergency service vehicle goes to green. So there, we have that software as well. So those are all the different types of softwares that this group is doing and utilizing for the equipment that we have out in the field.
Thank you. Doug?
Yeah, can I just actually follow up on something you said there? So you mentioned, you have the speed cameras out there, and you can use that information to kind of understand stuff. Is there, and this I guess is a broader question, but is there a holistic strategy or someone whose job it is to be like, all right, we collect data here, and here. Let's put this all together and have a real system of record where we gain real intelligence off of? Or is it a much more ad hoc process at this point where it's, oh, I wonder what, are people going fast by Riverside School? Just what is that kind of how kind of mature is the process where,
So it's a combination. It's a combination. There's a lot of response to customer requests, is what I'm going to call it. So we get a call from Joe that lives on Main Street, and he says, everybody speeds on Main Street. So we might put one of these items out there and see what data we get back. And it may come back and it may say, the speed limit's 30, and everybody's going 32 miles per hour. We're going to say, Joe's going to say people are still speeding on that road, but we would say that's probably within an acceptable limit. We collect data in that sense. We gather that data. We keep records of that data internally. We also have the ability to go through and look at some of the traffic signal data, and we did this recently with our signals along Route 1. We had a capital project where we're looking at implementing new technology on Route 1 for analyzing traffic data. That is something that we collected over a period of time. We will continue to collect, and the software will then move forward rather than saying every time it turns red, it's red for 35 seconds. This new software actually takes into account and counts those cars and says, well, from 8 to 9 in the morning, it's better to have more red in the north-south direction than the east-west direction, but from noon to 2 o'clock, it's better to have it in the east-west direction, So we utilize that somewhat, but it is, we do have a staff member that primarily does all of our traffic-related stuff. And we're looking to make sure that that person's well-supported and potentially getting, we're thinking hopefully one of our new engineers that we may get, we might be putting under his wing to make sure that, he has the help. But it's a lot of information, a lot of data. It's utilized sometimes with, when people are looking at, people ask us periodically, do we have any traffic data? And we will supply them with some of our data that we might have if they're doing a new development. Like, at Benedict Court, we require them to have a traffic study done for that project. We talked about that project already. So they have to collect data. They may come to us and ask us what data we have. If we have data, we'll provide that to them. We make them do their own counts as well. We'll collect that. We keep that in our things in case we have an issue moving forward as well,
So this is the area that they'll look at left turn signals, and if they're long enough when people are still checking their cell phones and they don't make the left turn and everyone misses the light.
And being honked at by the 3 people behind them and stuff like that. Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you. I think what we'll do is take a 10-minute break, if that's okay. And then we'll come back, and I think we'll try and do the capital that has to do with
Sewer?
maybe sewer and Holly Hill, and then you can excuse those staff members if that's all right.
That's fine. Yep, that works.
Thank you. All right, 10 minutes, or, let's say just a little after 11, okay? Joan and Agnes, are we, sorry, David. Hold that thought, David. All right, thank you, everybody. It's 11:03, and we are reconvening. We have completed the review of the operating expenses, and now we are moving on to capital, and we're going to start with the sewer tab. The first item is pump station rehab. Any comments before we have questions?
I've got more on the capital plan side, but we can go through the sheets first.
Yeah, let's go through the sheets. I'm waiting for Jim. This is just standard maintenance for 2 existing pump stations?
Yeah, this is basically just our line that we use for various pump stations and so forth. So,
Yeah, it's literally to replace the pumps and some of the piping at 2 of our pumping stations.
So this request is for 200,000 this year, and there's nothing for the next 3 years. Is that a standard? Do you just do it as needs must, or there's no
yeah, between that.
program?
Well,
Yeah, between
yes.
that plus we've broken out some of our other pump stations as individual projects.
That are larger in nature, yeah, correct.
Any questions? This is for Shore Road in Old Greenwich and the Hilltop one in the Byram section of town. David?
So this is coming out of the sewer maintenance fund, is that right?
That's correct.
So there are 3 in this section that are the sewer maintenance, and the rest are sewer improvement. I know it does tie to the other book, but we may just want to make a note so it's very clear, that's all.
Thank you, David. All right, next page is the sewer maintenance fund. This is ongoing.
That's a standard line item just to cover any kind of costs for things that cannot be predicted. So it could be a variable frequency drive control to operate a big piece of equipment. It could be a grinder. It could be a pump itself. It could be a valve. It could be any number of things. And that's for both things that are in the collection system at the pumping stations as well as at the treatment plant itself. So it was a line item that a number of years ago, Finance had developed to capture those items because they're usually sizable and can't be predicted. It used to be in the operating and then kind of moved over to the capital.
Does this cover the pumps and the area in the North Miami area that went into the sewer district a number of years ago?
Yes, for like general maintenance purposes.
Okay.
It wouldn't be for like a capital improvement.
Okay. Any comments? Doug?
Oh, wait, are we on sewer maintenance or?
We're on sewer maintenance. No? Okay, thank you. Sewer rehabilitation.
So that's an annual project. The money requested in this current fiscal request would be to do some design for the next stages of sewer rehab. We periodically are looking at, doing both inspections as well as design and rehabilitation, sometimes cure-in-place lining, sometimes point repairs, manhole rehabilitation, replacing manhole frames and covers, is all covered under sewer rehab.
And I should note that DPW did provide us with a presentation on the sewer. So there's a lot of pictures and a lot of details in that presentation. We can make that available. I know there's some members of BOC in the audience. We can make that available, make sure you get it. It does provide a lot of added information. So thank you for that.
So
Sorry, Harry, and then Doug?
just to clarify, the reason for the for the drop in the coming fiscal year as you're getting into a design phase instead of a work phase?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Can I, just to that report you provided, there's a slide in here that, or, sorry, I'll get closer. There's a slide in here that says the estimated value of our sewers, 185 miles, is called about $500 million, give or take. It says 425 to 585. I think here you mentioned a goal of kind of replacing everything, 75-year service life, so 1.5%. So like if we think about that in the context of a $500 million value, that's about $7.5 million a year to be on the kind of target you're on. If we look at the spending across maintenance and rehab, you know, I understand this year is a design phase year, but even looking forward, we're well below that rate. I guess, do you think we are investing at a appropriate level to target the goal that's laid out here of a 75-year replacement cycle? And just, I know this is kind of bigger picture, but just like holistically, how are we thinking about the sewer component of this, given what the value is ascribed to it, but the dollar investment does not support what that stated goal is?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, when we try to do a value of something, we also look at, are there ways to do, even though something may need to be replaced, there may be ways to maintain it. We utilize lining very frequently as a means of doing that. That may be less expensive than the actual cost of installation of a full-blown project like that. So we feel like what we've been doing is pretty reasonable for keeping up with our network. We're not seeing that our network is degrading in value at a more rapid rate than what we're anticipating it to be. So that's kind of where we're at, so.
Yeah, so essentially what this is the biggest item in that is to upgrade the SCADA system, which stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. It's a fancy way to say the computer network that manages the process control at the plant. So we have our own, it's a completely separate network. It's not part of the town's IT network. We have our own servers, we have redundancy, we have a complete cybersecurity portion of it. We have cloud-based backup, but the physical hardware is at the end of its useful service life. So this major portion of it would be to basically replace those components that manage and operate that system. And the other piece is to do some maintenance of our electrical systems. We've been starting to do that in the last couple of years. We're maintaining the breakers and the various pieces of equipment, that some of which may date back to the 1960s. And we've found that by doing that in a preventative maintenance way, and actually even building in the ability to have our own supply, because these are not breakers you can just pick up at Home Depot. Some of them may take 6 to 8 months to get, that if there were a failure, we would be able to react and be able to get stuff back online in a timely fashion, as opposed to not having pieces of the plant operational, which would not be feasible and would be a permit violation potentially.
Do we ever lose power at the plant?
Yes, we do.
What happens? Do we have,
We have 4 dedicated emergency generators that are installed, diesel generators. So they run on the generators while we're out of power, and then when the power comes back on, there's automatic transfer switches that'll switch it over.
and then last year, this project, or this year's fiscal request was estimated at 5.35. So I'm assuming that something was pushed out, that wasn't the original cost of the upgrade that you're talking about to the system.
Yeah, sorry, I'd have to go back and look at what last year's was, but yeah, we did readjust some priorities a little bit.
Okay. Do you want to talk about the capital plan on?
Wait, Sarah, can I just ask about
Yeah.
this one specifically, just on the second page? You mentioned it's hardware and software, you know, the 1.1 million for the upgrade, is that primarily a hardware cost? Or is that?
So it's to do the full thing. It's the engineering as
Okay.
well as the implementation. So there is hardware, there is software, there is control, like programming time, all of that.
Got it. But, and then I'm just trying to understand the annual SCADA maintenance line of $100,000 for the next 4 years. Is that recurrent software fees, or is that primarily just continually
That's
updating the hardware?
That's primarily a few different things. One is we have an outside consultant that's kind of on call. So if something goes wrong, whether it be with the SCADA system or even the PLC, they can remote in and help get things back in line. It's to do kind of periodic software maintenance updates. It's to do the security updates that have to be done and patches. Anything like that. If we have a new piece of equipment that comes online, it's to help build that screen and make that up and running. So just to kind of keep the system running at 100% all the time.
Just last question, like that would, and that would seem to me more than operating, like ongoing operating expense. And I would imagine the current SCADA system also has an ongoing operating expense linked to it, right? Like, why would this be part of the capital plan?
Kind of historically, it's been there.
It's always been there, yeah, since we put it into place, and we could look at adjusting that if you'd like.
I think we'll ask Agnes or Joan to take a look at that, if, just so we're consistent. Harry, questions?
Yeah, you've got design and construction next projects totaling 18, almost 19 million. That's a big number to have a catch-all. Can we get some detail on what those projects are and, you know, what the capital cost of each one is? 11 million out in 2030. And I realize it's a few years out, but that's an awful lot to have in design and construction. So I don't expect an answer today, but that would be helpful. And then going back, are we through on that page?
Yeah, I just would say as a programming note, I know that the Debt and Fund Balance Capital Committee, I'm getting the name wrong, it's meeting tomorrow, Debt Policy and Fund Balance Committee is meeting tomorrow, and I know Jim is appearing before that committee, and I know they're looking at longer-term capital projects, so perhaps that'll be addressed at that meeting as well.
So back to the capital plan in the beginning of the book, pages 14 and 15.
The design work is currently ongoing for that. We're utilizing, we have current appropriation for that.
And that was appropriated when?
I think a good, is some of that
What is ARPA related?
ARPA? Some of that's ARPA money. Some of the design money is in the ARPA money, so.
Westcott Pump Station, I know, Jim, you and I talked about it for a while, but Rich, what's this, I can't remember what you told us, when we're going to bid on that?
So we're going to bid hopefully in the next month. They're hoping that, you know, they're trying to get it out by the end of this month, but we're running out of days in the end of this month because it's a short month, but we're hoping within the next month it'll be out to bid.
Okay. And then in the old Greenwich Pump Station, I might have presumed 22.5 million is the design money for that?
Yeah, so we're in the preliminary design phase right now. And then the 2.5 that's forecast in the next year is to do the final design and get it ready to bid.
And then it's a similar question on the headworks. Where are you in design on that?
We are currently at 30%. We're having a meeting with the engineer, because we met internally on that. So we have a meeting set up with the engineer for March. And they're going to keep pushing through to get that done this year.
Can
as
you
far
just
as the
help me
design.
understand what Headworks is?
So Headworks, it's referred to as Headworks. It's basically, yeah, yeah. So it is. So basically what happens is it's the influence screening to remove like toilet paper and rags and that kind of stuff. It removes the grit, and it's the influent pumping to get it to the next phase. So it's that preliminary treatment to remove things that are not beneficial to the waste treatment process. That's what that is. That's what referred to as Headworks.
So is that a replacement or
That's a new building,
a new building?
because in order to basically construct that, you have to keep your existing building functional. You know, that obviously will be built with a lot of improvements. I mean, right now, we have one screen, that'll have two screens. It will be hardened due to its flood vulnerability. The electric and controls will be above flood elevations. You know, there's a lot of operational improvements. It'll have much better septic receiving for both processing that flow as well as even the operation of being able to measure the flow and being able to build them maybe more automated. So there's a lot of operational improvements as well. But that is a new building.
I don't remember you having a lot of space there. You're going to
do.
put it adjacent to it?
We will be extending beyond our current fenced footprint, yes.
Do you have any zoning problems with that?
No, I think we'd,
We think we're okay.
yeah.
Okay. Thanks. Got a couple of questions to your right.
Hi, Leslie.
Hello, Laura. I just want to, I don't know whether you've addressed open capital, but when you're talking about the sewer plants, I think it's important to look at open capital. The first is the sewer maintenance fund, because the sewer maintenance fund is the town's only remaining pay-as-you-go fund. So it isn't in the debt, policy group. It's separate, handled separate in the charter. And currently, and many of these projects are really being paid in advance, there is currently 8 open projects totaling $44.9 million, basically $45 million. And those are pay-as-you-go, and in many cases, they're being paid in advance of these projects, so this money is sitting there. The sewer improvement fund, again, is separate, and that actually is in the debt policy, but that has been because we have revenue streams for both the sewer maintenance and the sewer improvement, and they have been going up dramatically for anyone who's in the sewer district. There are currently $8.6 million of approved projects, of which there are 11, but as Jim has mentioned, a substantial amount of what's outstanding, 8.9 million, is actually paid for out of the ARPA funds. So, it's not, again, there's some complexities here with these two funds, and they have their own separate revenue stream. And this is, as many know, something that I feel like we need to really begin to work on to make sure that we're beginning to address how the sewer funds should be funded, because they're basically being funded by the residential property owners. But within the sewer district, we're building more and more commercial buildings with all these 830G or related type of commercial buildings, and also all of the restaurants and so forth. They're using a tremendous amount of, and the private schools, tremendous amount of water for their swimming pools, the restaurants for their dishwashers, et cetera. But we're at a point where we really need to look seriously at how we're funding the sewer funds, and to do it off of basically the land values in the residential, which, as we all know, went up substantially more than commercial with this reval, or any other category. We do need to begin to focus on this, not just as you're going through the projects, but the longer-term vision for how it should be funded, and whether it needs to be linked to water bills or whatever, which is the way most other towns do it. Again, I raise this because as you talk about these projects, we have to talk about the projects we've already funded, like a substantial portion of the 44 million that's sitting there, or the other 8+. So we've got about $50 million of approved projects. And again, the same thing with the improvement. A substantial amount of that is coming out of the ARPA funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Do we want to go back to open capital? I don't know if, Jim, do you have that report from January 30th that we've been using?
I have one from February 13th, so close enough.
It can't be that much different. There's the one I have two items from 2018. I don't know where you are on any capital closeouts or where some of the status is, but if you want to go through some of this. It's for Grass Island Asset Management. I'm assuming it's,
That one's been closed. Yeah, so the Grass Island one, we're looking at closing that one
from 2018.
from 2018, yes.
Okay. Agnes, you make a note of that. We're really working hard to close out older projects. Costco Pump Station 2025, that's available budget of 20.5 million, but you said that's going out to bid
Going
this
out to
month.
bid this month, and hopefully will be encumbered by the end of hopefully we'll be in contract by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay. And then the 2026 Grass Island Asset Management available budget, 9.5 million. Is that related to some of these larger projects in the out years?
Well, there's the HVAC construction project, which was already encumbered. That was 3-point-something million. I don't know why it doesn't show up there on the report, but.
I think that's because that's that's ARPA money, so that's on the next page,
No,
No, the
right?
construction,
From 2022? Upgrade, design, HVAC, 2.4 encumbered.
yeah, under 26395, I think there was like 3.5 plus million encumbered from the 9.5. And then there's other items like, for instance, we have some POs that are going in. One is to rebuild the second belt filter press. The other is to replace the two control panels that operate those belt filter presses. There was additional electrical maintenance included in there. I'd have to go through the other items.
Okay. But it looks like the oldest item you can close out, and then everything else is within the last 6 years. All right, if anyone has further questions on that, if they want, yes, David?
The issue of open capital is on the agenda for tomorrow's Debt and Fund Balance Policy Committee, not just as it relates to DPW, but as it relates across the board, because the questions come up every single year, and I know that Agnes and Joan are spearheading a review across the town as to the aggregate open capital, and we'll plan to conclude that by the end of the month, if I'm not mistaken. So just for everybody's notice.
Thank you, David. All right, do you have anything else on the capital plan
No, not as it relates to sewer,
as it
no.
relates to sewer? Okay. Any further questions on sewer funds? Going once? Going twice? Okay. Thank you very much, Rich, for joining us this morning. All right, we have a half an hour before we break for lunch. Going back to the DPW tab for capital. Do we want to do the ice rink, Jim? I don't know how you want it. Luigi's here. I don't know how you want to.
Why don't we do Luigi's stuff?
Okay.
And if we need to put one or two.
We'll give
of
them lunch if we make them stay.
We'll put one or two off if we need to, but.
Sorry, I'm trying to, does anyone have the right page? Sorry.
113.
Thank you.
Which you'll be afraid to turn to, probably.
Okay, so let's start, page 113, the Hamel rink replacement. Do you want to give us the latest news about the last Board of Selectmen meeting to start?
So last Thursday, we went to Board of Selectmen to start the MI process. They've moved it to Planning and Zoning, so we're now going into Planning and Zoning and hoping to gain that approval as soon as we can. So that's where we're at. So Board of Selectmen voted favorably to move it forward, and we're looking to move this project forward. We've heard from the public that this is a very important project, and we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to get this project moving to the design phase and to construction in the very near, as soon as we can.
Harry?
Yeah, I'm a little confused because my understanding is that the design is still evolving, in particular, the concession stand's going to come back in. So which I would think that P and Z would want to see that.
So-
What's the
yeah.
status of the evolving design and when's it going to be ready for P and Z?
So there's the municipal improvement process, which is basically the initial stage of a project, and they look for a preliminary site plan review. What they're looking for as part of that is kind of a general concept of the project to make sure the concept meets the overall goals of the POCD. That's where we're at now. We've heard about the details of, where the outlets on the wall are going and stuff like that. That gets done in the final design phase.
Right.
That's way down the road, and that's what, part of what this funding that we're asking for here is for the final design phase. We're really at the conceptual phase. We feel that the project has been looked at. They're looking at the site location, they're looking at the site placement, they're looking at general overall concepts of that. The discussion about the concession stand or the food service, whatever we want to call it, the intent there is to have some sort of internal food/drink availability, right? Is that the best way to say it? The food truck idea is not moving forward at this point. So it's looking at, are we looking at a full-blown commercial kitchen in the facility? We don't think that the demand is there for that type of a usage. We think that based on what they see at the facility, what other facilities utilize, we're thinking more of something similar to having availability of hot chocolate, sodas, water bottles, Gatorades, Powerades, whatever you want to call them, and some snacks of some sort available most of the time. And then if there is a major event, then working with some sort of company that could cater in kind of additional stuff to subsidize that. But to have an operation there all the time for the limited demand of those things, we don't think, we're not looking at adding a full restaurant or anything like that to this
No,
facility. So
but isn't P and Z going to want to see details on that for MI?
generally not for MI. That's generally
You don't
getting
think
too
so?
deep into the wood, or too deep into their,
Okay.
Sorry, can I just follow up on that concession standpoint? Those sound like vending machines.
it's a little bit more than vending machines, yes.
But how much? Never mind. Sorry.
So I'm looking at the final report, and I should thank Matt Deschamps, who chaired the RINC committee. They did a lot of work, and they came up with a very comprehensive report and a plan. So thank you and your team members for that. But in the cost estimate appendix, it says, potential spaces to be added to the current floor plan, the concession would be about 400 square feet at a cost of $1,400 per square foot for $560,000. So this is a dedicated space, albeit not a large space.
Yeah, so I can clarify some of that. Those cost estimates are if we were to add to the facility, what those construction costs would be for an increased facility size to accommodate. The plan as is today is to reallocate existing space within the facility to accommodate those needs without the additional square footage, resulting in a much more menial cost differential. So for example, in the existing floor plan, there was a hallway that led out to the food truck out through some doors. In a revised floor plan, we can convert that hallway to the snack bar without losing the square footage or making any, large realized costs with an addition.
Is there a space
that's
for a
more of an
birthday
option.
party room?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Joe, do you have a question?
Yeah, you were just explaining, Luigi, that you're just taking the full project, what you're anticipating it cost per square foot, and adding on what we're anticipating the space necessary. You said 400 square feet for the facility, and that's how you came up with the price? Is that what you said?
Yeah, so those prices, we worked with our architect to give us an idea on what we could anticipate as a cost per square foot if we had to add additional square footage to the facility. But again, at this time, we're not anticipating that.
So it was not unique to concession at that cost, it was just the entire project and added on that 400 square feet. Thank you.
So with respect to getting the MI, there is some current money available, I believe. There was 50,000 appropriated last year, and I think some was used for the cost estimator. All of it. So what's available? What do you need to get the MI?
Well,
Is that part of this?
We have some money available. We feel we can cover that. We do have some of the money that's in open capital is conditioned on getting MI, so we can't utilize that yet. But that we feel we are comfortable to get to the approach we're taking right now. This round of going through the MI process, we feel we have funds available to do that.
Okay, so with existing appropriations, that's not included in this request?
Correct.
Okay. Doug?
Sure. So just given PPPs are mentioned heavily for this and elsewhere, just for some other projects in the pipeline, can you just walk us through kind of what is the strategy, whether it's hiring a third party to help with these capital campaigns, or like, do we have a framework or strategy for capital raising?
So the model that we think we'll be utilizing for this project as well is similar to what was completed for the Cohen Eastern Granite Civic Center, where they created kind of an overall concept plan once we got to the point of knowing what we're moving forward with, and then assigning potential opportunities for people to fund those opportunities. So I know a few things have been tossed around here that, you can have the sheet of ice be called one thing, you can have the overall building called a separate thing, you can potentially name the penalty box, you could name the locker rooms, you could name the stands, all different things, depending on what people want to do. And they create different values for those different pieces. And so that seemed to work fairly well with the Eastern Granite Civic Center. And so that gave a kind of a generalized guideline for that, so.
And I guess, so generally following the Eastern Cone Greenwich Civic Center process. I guess, what are things that were learned? What are areas that you all are improving on that, to have it be a better process, learning from that, or alternatively, other municipalities that have done something similar?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're always looking and learning from different projects. In general, there's been some discussion about this rink being kind of put into a fund, and this is kind of within the Parks and Rec group, but similar to the Griff Golf Course, where it's kind of its own operational process. So for the long term. And so that's, I think that's kind of the route that Parks and Rec is looking at for the long-term operations of the rink, and going along that same model. And that seemed to work well for them.
Is there a naming rights or gift committee that's been put together? Will one be formed? Just what?
I think
it's early, but the
at
process
this
feels
point,
very
until we
ethereal.
get through MI and have the project moving forward, we're a little on the early end of that. But because one thing that we have heard from multiple people that are willing to make donations until the project is moving forward and has a positive outlook, they don't want to commit to anything. Because they don't want to commit to something that may not ever happen. So that's the piece that they struggle with. So, yeah.
And can you just quantify the threshold, or not, can you just try to quantify, I know qualitative words have been used to describe what the goal to raise is, but can you actually quantify what the goal to raise is from PPPs?
That primarily is being handled outside of DPW, so that's not, I don't want to, venture a guess on what the possibilities are there.
Yeah, Matt, I don't know if you want to add anything there. I know you've been working with the First Selectman's office.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah, I would say that, as far as the rink committee is concerned, part of our charge was to consider private funding and PPP opportunities. I have, as the chairman of the rink committee, worked with the Office of First Selectman to discuss what that would mean exactly. There was a naming rights pyramid provided to him as part of our work. I don't want to speak for the Office of First Selectman, though, who I think it is his responsibility to address specifically how much money he'd look to raise, and I think it would be inappropriate for me to start throwing out numbers in advance of his discussion. What I would say is there were significant inquiries also on the PPP front for commercial cooperation with the town, particularly around the food vending and other opportunities also. And we're working with state delegation on grant funding, which is an important component of this as well. Many of you may know, and for the benefit of the public, that the Byram location is an environmental justice community, and it is subject to significant grant funding incentives for geothermal and other aspects of this project. Whether we can procure that or not is not known at this time, but I know that the state delegation and the Office of First Selectman and the town administration and DPW will be working to procure any and all outside and available funding resources for the project. But as was mentioned by Jim, what I can also tell you, having done work in this space, is that the first thing you need to do is find a site to put the rink. That is now done. You have to have conceptual design elements and MI approval. That work is now ongoing. When that work is done, you can have more meaningful and substantive conversations with philanthropic donors and other outside parties with a project that actually looks like it's going to get traction.
Thank you, Matt. And I want to acknowledge Joe Siciliano, Department Head for Parks and Rec. Hi, Joe. Nice to see you. I hope you are well. One of the things that I know did work well for the Eastern Greenwich Civic Center before we got the gift from the Cohen Family Foundation was there was an operations plan put together, talking about the way the facility would be used, naming opportunities. So I think that at a certain point, I think following that model when we're ready would be very helpful. I think that was a good best practice to follow. I don't know if you want to add anything. If you do, can you come up and use the mic?
We're going to follow that model.
we just have to give you a mic, Joe, for the,
This is kind of the same conversation we had during the Eastern Civic Center process. They are all right, Matt was right, Jim. People want to see some show and tell before we can, solicit to them to really raise some money. We had a lot of informal conversations for the Coney Eastern Granite Civic Center, but until we had something to show, it didn't become real as far as getting it out there. We had a pyramid of fundraising opportunities, we had some naming opportunities. We went and moved that around or solicited that as much as we could. Actually, some of it came in after the building was built because people wanted to, they saw a good thing happening here. So that's usually what happens. We will follow the same, we're in the process. We have a very preliminary draft report that we're putting together right now. We're trying to put the financials together, which we should have in a couple of weeks. And then we'll start to put the rest of the report together for the needs and also a little bit of a history. And in that report, we'll also include naming opportunities, at least the ones the pyramid that we've been talking about. So it's really, it's a work in progress constantly, but we're committed to work with the Office of the First Selectman to make it happen and to get it out there as far as we can to see if we can get people who are interested in taking some of those naming opportunities and funding them. So that's the goal.
thank you. Any questions? Oh, hang on, Sally?
Great. Joe, I look forward to seeing you on Friday with Matt. But my question.
Matt, just for clarification, Sally and Matt are the liaisons to Parks and Rec.
The Parks and
of the
Recs,
BET.
yes, sorry, I should have mentioned that. I'm a new member of the BET, and it feels a little uncertain that we would be requested to move forward in approving a project with still having a lot of open items with regard to potential grants. Thanks, Matt, for the state delegation mention, and also naming rights. But that's the process that we have in town. I just look forward to staying in close touch with everyone on the naming rights, because I think that's a very important part of getting this project done and ensuring that there's buy-in from our community.
Joe?
Thank you. I guess we'll go through a couple of the Eastern Granite Civic Center. That was a project that was 20 years in the works. All right. There seemed to be a kind of breakdown where the feasibility, getting everything lined up, and then getting the building committee in place to do what needed to be done or whatever struck. There seems to be the looking for the public-private partnership should happen when we're trying to get to the finish line. Cardinal Stadium, another good example. Cardinal Stadium was 10 years in the works. We had some commitment of capital, but the BET okayed the full funding, so the commitment of capital felt that it was not all that important anymore to commit the capital. So the philanthropic group went a different direction. So we built Cardinal Stadium. Taxpayer paid the full freight on that. Central Middle School. I was in the Central Middle School process from the ed spec start at the beginning to discussing which the order of buildings to getting a building committee set up to serving on that building committee. And never along the way was this over $100 million project, any outside funding to this project addressed. Now, it seems like we're missing a step. I mean, Matt did a great job getting what is considered, I guess, feasibility to get the process started. And now we're going from his and transitioning directly into building committee will be, I guess, the next step, right? I guess that's what we're going to do, put a building committee together after you guys are kind of done.
Again, it's not my responsibility as the chairman of the Hamel Rink Task Force that was charged with the site location to speak to next steps. It's up for the town now to do that work. What I will tell you, though, is there's been conversations of developing a ongoing task force or new committee that would be a construction and development committee that I believe the Office of First Selectman is working on and assembling currently. That would be responsible for some of these design elements you're talking about, finalizing those determinations, acting as oversight with the group that you see here in front of you now, and also working on either through that group or an outside group, outside funding opportunities that would be available as was discussed.
And thanks, Matt. And that's exactly the way I see it. But what fails to draw the investor, the philanthropic group in, is the need for capital, need for money, because we're allocating the money for this before we really have to find the partner to get us to the finish line. basically where we're going to end up here is we're going to have the money for the project. We're going to put up the design group you had mentioned, Matt, and they're going to start designing, and their charge, having served on building committees, is to get her done. All right, that's what you want to do as a building committee. But never is it along the way, and I think we're missing a step, is that we need to say, okay, we can get this wonderful project done at this cost, but we need help getting there. And there's no real interim group to actually address that. And it's no charge of anyone in the room. It's just we're allocating the full sum of money to this as a BET prior to saying we're going to allocate, say, for example, we allocate $20 million, but we need a partner to help us with another $20 million to get to the finish line. And if we could find that partner, we can get this done and think about the opportunity of getting another capital project done more timely, because we're splitting the weight of this project with philanthropic organizations with the need to get it done, with the end being that we will end up having more projects done because we have more partners to get them done. If we're allocating the full amount of this project right away, there's less incentive for partners. Of course, we're selling naming rights. Of course, people like to buy naming rights. They can allocate a little money to it, but to get the project to the finish line, to know if you're somebody who has a lot of wealth and you want to commit that wealth to the bettering of the town, and your partnership creates that opportunity, that's where I think we're missing that component. And just having gone through a few of these, I just see the missing opportunity. I don't have an answer, but I see there's a gap there, and I see that gap could be filled by bringing a partner in to get it done.
Well, just by, you have to appropriate the full amount in order to execute the project.
Correct.
So, but we understand where you are as far as that gap there, but, you know, in our experience with the Cone Center is that we really couldn't sell anything until we had something to sell, which is, you know, some of the renderings and some offerings, and also knowing that the town is not only going to be on the administrative side approving the MI and all the other steps, but that the town was going to put some funding up here to make it happen. So it is kind of a tricky slope there, but at the end of the day, how do you make that work? You know, you just have to keep plugging along, and that's what we did at the Cone Center. And, you know, it turned out that, you know, we found a primary donor with some others that were willing to come in, but there's no guarantee. I mean, you have this responsibility to fund the project in order to make it move forward, and that's what the public really is going to look. I mean, maybe even donors are going to look forward to, is say, is the town invested in this project? Or are we just having this conversation?
I agree with you, Joe.
Yeah.
You're right on where we are right now. But if we have the ability to spend $100 million on capital
Get you.
projects, and we could ask the philanthropic group to give us another $100 million, we can get all these projects done. There's no time or timing for that. And I think that's where we're not sufficient. I think we have to find that. That's just my view on it. Thank you.
Kate, Town Administrator, do you want to, did he?
What I was going to.
Okay, all right. I mean, I will acknowledge this is just part of the municipal government process, right? We do need to appropriate the funds, and there's a full expectation that there already is interest from people who have approached the First Selectman's office saying, we'd like to be a part of this project, but we do need to show them that there's a there, and that, you know, we go through all the various approval processes, which we're just starting on. I have a very basic question, just to lay the land here. So this project encompasses the ball field, the parking lot, and the new ice rink, correct?
Correct.
And when I look at the cost estimate appendices from the report, and there was a cost estimator done in December, so it's pretty fresh numbers for concept A, before soft costs, I see a number of $35,260,733. So I'm just trying to get from that figure to the 41.2. Is there a chart that gets me there? Or can you help me get from there to here?
From the 35 to the 42?
Yeah.
So I don't have that in front of me right now. I could work with you on that offline in some additional detail if helpful.
Okay. You know, from my perspective, we've been talking about this project for a very long time. I would very much like to see it be appropriated, get to work. I know there's a lot of work to get through the MI, final site design, but I think, you know, we have been piecing together that ice rink for a long time now. And, you know, we have a very vibrant skating and hockey community. So I'd like to do everything I can to move this forward. But I would like to reconcile the numbers a little bit to get from that number. I know it didn't include soft costs, so I don't know if that's part of the gap. But let's figure out how to get from 35.6 or 35.2 to the 41.2. Doug, you have anything else?
Yeah, forgive my ignorance on this. I didn't see it in the report, but it probably was there. Is this going to be full year or still seasonal?
The rink itself is set up to operate probably 11 and a half months a year, somewhere around that range.
Okay, and so just along the lines, like, if we're moving from a more seasonal rink to a, let's call it, almost year-round rink, it'd also be incredibly helpful to see an operating plan and what is, okay. Okay,
That's what part of Joe's going to do for the operations plan.
okay, great.
David?
Yeah, that was my question. Can you elaborate, Joe? I think you said in a couple of weeks you'd have this financial. Can you elaborate on what you're working on, who's doing the work, what it will entail, what does it mean to have a financial plan, and so on? Give us a little more detail.
Sure. We were charged with this a week or two ago to kind of start putting this together. We knew we'd have to do it eventually, but, so it seems to be coming a little sooner than expected. But, so what we're working on right now is a financial operating budget for 12 months a year. We're working on a staffing model, and we're also working on a revenue model for those 12 months. That's just, it's what we're doing right now in-house. There's other components of the business plan, but the one we're most, seems to be most, people seem to be most interested in is that what it's going to cost us to run it, what's the staffing model look like, and where are we going to generate our revenue to cover the cost. Now, we have talked quite extensively over the last few years about putting it in that special fund like we have the golf course. I mean, when Harry was the chairman, we talked about this and with other PET members. This is a good application for that if the town wants to go in that direction. It's an individual standalone operation, just like the golf course. The good part about this project is that it'll be a new building, so the capital asset will be improved, and we won't have to worry about capital outlay for many years in the beginning of the operation of this fund. Unlike the golf course, we had $8 million worth of capital liability that we didn't get addressed when we moved into the special fund, but we managed to get through that. So at the end of the day, this would be a perfect opportunity to look at this as a standalone special fund project, and we could fund it with a revenue resource. It does, from my experience, and I was here when we did the golf course 20 years ago, we did take a little time to get it into that fund and ramp it up a little bit. We had to, get some assistance, not only funding from the town, but we also had to get some, the golfers had to come in, and we had, the first 3 or 4 years, we had like a golfer's assessment, just to kind of get some cash flow going, get the fund set up, and to make the fund start to work. But the fund is working, and it's proven that we can do this. And it seems to be, as long as the users seem to think that the asset is there, and when the improvements are there, or the operations are there, we haven't had too much pushback from the users, such as the golfers, in paying their way as far as the operation and the capital goes. So it's a little tricky. You got to manage it. You got to be on it all the time to make sure that you're taking in the revenue versus the expense, and you manage it correctly, and look for other revenue resources. But I think there's a number of revenue resources here that we can make available. Just in the last week or so, since we've been having this internal conversation, looking at other models that are out there of other rinks that are kind of in an enterprise fund, we realize that there's a broad base of programs that you can bring in 12 months out of the year that could support the opportunity. So,
One quick follow-up. That's very encouraging that you're doing that work. I do think time is of the essence insofar as if that work that you're doing could be completed before the Budget Committee decision day. I think that will, give some.
we'll have the financials done, the financial part of the business plan done definitely before the Budget Committee deliberates and votes, yeah. Okay.
Doug?
Sorry, just let me clarify that last comment. So before the budget committee, like in 2 weeks? Or do you mean in April, like for the full
So
BOT?
but you're going to deliberate beginning of March, correct?
Yeah, March
I can't
2nd
remember, I
is
don't
our
have the schedule in
decision
my head,
to,
but,
yeah.
excuse me?
March 2nd, I think it's a Tuesday, is our decision
We'll
day.
do our best. I mean, I was hoping to provide it before you actually, the Budget Committee voted, and, but it's, we just, we're working very hard at doing this, and I think, within 2 weeks, we could probably have it available, or at least a draft available, sorry.
Okay.
You might
And
have
the,
to-
and the difference is now the ice rink is turfed over in the summer, is that right, for summer
So,
camp?
so
But we're
right
gonna
now, we
keep it
run about
ice for
7
12
and a half months or so, and when we flip the ice onto we put a carpet surface down. The carpet surface, even though we thought would be a great opportunity for people, I mean, when the weather gets nice, people want to be outdoors on the field, so they're not really renting a lot of space. But we have rented it over the course of many years. It doesn't generate a whole lot of revenue. But yeah, I mean, we're looking at a 12-month opportunity. Some of those programs that are off the main season, we'll have to build too. I mean, they're not programs that we currently offer, so we're going to have to build some of these programs as we get into the operational side. But we're very confident that there's a need, and we're confident that there's a draw from our community and maybe other communities to want to use the facility, so.
Can I just ask a question? You said you started working on this a week or two ago. Just from is there prior work that was done? Just because if a year-round rink, the prior task force had been operating for 4 years, this was presented, the MI, to the RTM last 2 Decembers ago, or so. It's surprising to me that at no point in that 5 years was an operating plan for a full year rink built.
We kept filing numbers that were on the current operations. I mean, that's all been included in the current report and other reports, but we have not put together an operating budget for a 12-month opportunity, even though we know we can do this and it's available. So we'll do our best to get it to you shortly.
Understood.
I'd also add that depends on the site location. I mean, there were numerous other site locations that weren't decided upon until just a few weeks ago, right? And so those operating plans, as you are describing them, which are part of what we've been talking about for 9 months, were contingent on where you put the rink.
And this,
The Merlot location is quite a bit different than what we were thinking about in other locations, which would have been the Island Beach parking lot, for example. The commercial opportunities, the PPP, the cost structure, completely different models. So in the work that Joe and his team are doing, they were tasked as soon as we completed the site location to figure out what an operating plan would look like. And then we started getting the rink task force, and the town knows this, got significant increase from the public about increased demand for that location, excitement for that location, summer camps, all bunch of different things that has to be put into the model. So all this information becomes iterative and staged, and now that work is being done at the appropriate time, and I'm sure we'll all get it. I want to see it too as soon as possible.
well, the interesting part is that we're going to make some assumptions in which we're going to give you. Are we going to have a geothermal system? We're going to have a solar system. We're going to have, what kind of compressor system are we going to have? I mean, all of these big numbers, like, they're all energy consumers, and those are some of the biggest numbers that we have to budget for. So I can't even give you, we're going to make some assumptions and give you maybe a little bit of a range, because until we get down the pike on the design phase, I really can't refine the numbers for you. So, we'll do the best we can. We've reached out to some other organizations that run 12 months, and they've been more than generous to send us their budget model, so we can look and see what's happening somewhere else and make some, assumptions that, we're going to be in this range of expense, and also look at the revenue generation from what some other rinks are doing, in the sense that the program need and where they're drawing their participants from. So it's all good information, but we did, after Kate spoke with me a while back, we started to solicit to see if we can collect some of that information, because we don't have a final design, so I can't give you a refined operating budget. There will be some assumptions in there, and we'll identify those where we have made those assumptions. Okay, thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you in advance for that work. I don't know if anyone has further comments. I mean, my takeaway to wrap up, for me, I'd like a little bit of a reconciliation to get to the 41.2 figure from what was in the cost estimate in the final report. And by the way, the final report was very comprehensive. So if you've read that report, there's a lot of background and a lot of questions we might otherwise would be asking, but they were covered in the report. I think we all have a common understanding that we are expecting a significant private philanthropy to be part of this project at a point when we have something viable to show, but that's clearly the expectation that there will be a significant effort to raise private money on this. We haven't gotten there with the MI yet. I know that there has, in Byram, there's been some concern expressed about the site. That work was completed by the task force. I know in the prior iteration, there was walking paths, there was some amenities offered to the residents surrounding the abutters. So I don't know if that's been incorporated or will be incorporated in the final design, but I think it's really important that we bear in mind this is a very attractive amenity, but it's also based in a residential neighborhood up a very tight street. So we need to be cognizant of that. And I just wanted to acknowledge that there were, some differences of opinion, and hopefully we can reconcile and get this rink built. The other question that we had was whether or not this project could be phased, but it looks like the baseball field piece is a fairly small piece of the overall project. I don't know if it makes sense to break it up in a phased item. I mean, one of the challenges we have with this long-term capital plan is we're trying to smooth it out a little bit. We don't want it to be too lumpy, and we're seeing a little lumpiness in some of the next out years. So to the extent that everyone is focused and motivated and ready to make this project work, I'm not sure if we'll get to construction in the next year, but hopefully we'll make significant progress to get there. A lot of work has been done, both with the most recent task force and the prior task force. Does anyone have any additional comments? All right, Luigi, we are not done with you yet. You have a number of other items, but Leo, can you give us a status on lunch? Should we stop for lunch or should we press forward? Okay, well, we're going to press forward then. So on the next page, the Horseneck Building demolition. Thank you. Ah, look at that. No, I'm going to do
Take a while to set up.
I'm going to do Luigi. Yeah. All right, thank you, Joe, and thank you, Kate. All right, let's do Horseneck and then we'll break. This building, this temporary building has been around for 15 years now, maybe?
Something like that, yeah. It's since the Central Fire Station rehab, it was put in for that. It was a P&Z condition to, upon completion of that, have the building removed. We've gone through a number of back and forths with P&Z to repurpose the building for other fire, for the Byram Fire Station rehab, and for, we've used it for a couple other uses, nonprofit uses. So it still remains that it should be, per the P&Z conditions, it's supposed to be removed. And so we're looking to get the removal funding for that.
Harry?
Yeah, I'll repeat my objection to demolishing a building, and I'd be willing to go before P&Z. I mean, this town has a few needs for swing space. One relates to a project down the book of Baldwin Park and what you do with the Parks and Rec engine facility there, because there's a cart and horse problem between that and if we build a facility at Holly Hill. We've heard from the Board of Ed that it needs a space irrespective of office space for its storage and other functions that operate in the basement of Havemeyer. And I think that, there needs to be a bit of a come to reality moment with planning and zoning, that this is a valuable asset, and that there's some serious uses for it in the immediate future, and that its holding to demolition is a little unreasonable.
So to pick up on that theme, what would be the steps in which to secure a permanent status of an otherwise temporary building?
So there's a few variables in there. Part of the facility is within setbacks and is non-zoning compliant. So we'd have to go back and check with planning and zoning and kind of get some better answers for that.
And when the building was it constructed with a 15-year shelf life, or was it meant to, can it last longer without additional rehab work?
So like most facilities, it depends on the assets that we're discussing. The facility itself is in okay shape. Some of the mechanical components, after 15 years, your water heater goes bad, you need a new water heater, stuff like that.
Okay. I mean, I'm assuming you're agnostic. I don't know if that's the case, whether to keep the building or demolish the building. You're simply trying to comply with the terms under which the building was
The
constructed?
motivation for this request is based upon the requirements we have by P and Z.
By P and Z. But I think Carrie's absolutely right. I mean, there is a demand for the space. I think it's been very popular. It served a real need for some nonprofits when they were going through some work. I know the senior center is currently looking for swing space for the interior renovation.
I was going to say, there's 3 or 4 other ones that Harry didn't mention
Yeah.
that have reached out to us that
Yeah.
have interest in that facility, so.
And back to
they'll
its
shall re-
original use, Sound Beach Fire is on the horizon to
So-
rehab that building.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I
yeah,
mean, so I don't know if you've had those conversations, but is it appropriate to ask you to initiate that
we-
process?
we-
to-
We could have a conversation about that, yes, with planning and zoning and see where, what the next steps would be for that.
I mean, because I, for one, am not in a hurry to demolish a building that is perfectly serviceable and can be used for other
Yeah.
needed purposes. I don't
Yeah,
know
and
of
it
anyone.
obviously involved the town administrator on that.
Yep.
Any comments from the side, Doug?
Sorry, I echo what Laura said, but also, just out of curiosity, if it was to be demolished, then what would go in that space?
Parking lot.
It would just be
restored.
a slightly
Return
bigger
to the
parking
prior-
lot.
it would
Refer to what it was.
That's written into the zoning conditions upon the approval for the first go-around.
Okay, Indian Field fueling canopy, this seems like a good idea. Anyone have any comments? Old Greenwich Highway shed renovation. It is a shed, I will grant you that, it is not a building, it is a shed. Talk to us about the need for improving this facility and its location.
So basically, our highway operations, we operate out of multiple locations. We have what we call 4 different sheds. Basically, we break our town up into different work groups. One of the work groups is located on West End Avenue there. And so this is the Old Greenwich Group, and they deal with that side of town. There's around 15 people that operate out of that. We keep our vehicles over there, and it literally is they need a place that they can come to, they can keep their equipment, their maintenance assets and so forth, and it'd be nice to have that building is beyond its useful life, and could definitely use an upgrade. One of the things that location is located in a flood zone, so we'd have to make sure that the improvements of that facility are flood compliant and also, operational for our staff, so.
Harry?
Is this really a renovation or you were more a replacement?
It's basically a replacement, yes. It would be a replacement of the building.
Because you got flood control issues, you got
Yeah.
age. What I'm hearing is it really ought to be reclassified as a replacement.
It's a replacement, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Do you need more square footage than what you currently have? Based on 50, I didn't realize that many people were there, and I think some people sleep there on occasion, do they not?
Well, I mean, for instance, when we had our 30 hours of continuous work that they were on call for, they take a break in these locations, and that's where they take their breaks. Oftentimes, they're sleeping in their cars, and it'd be nice to have a little bit extra space for them to, throw some cots down and be able to take a nap for a little bit while they're during those operations. But yeah, it would be slightly larger. We're not talking about a hugely larger facility, but we're talking a little bit, to maintain the operations. It realistically, to be honest, what it is, it's a garage with a small person's office space and a restroom in it right now. And that's what that building is encompassing right at the moment. Could we use a little bit extra space for that? Yes, but it's not going to be this, major building that would now dwarf other things around the neighborhood.
And would the design be done in-house or outsourced?
We'd outsource it.
Outsource it?
Yeah.
Joe?
Jim, I'm sorry, where is this?
It's at the Circle, right by the train station.
Right across from the church over there and right next to our sewer pump station on West End. You know where Arch Street goes underneath the viaduct? It's right there at that circle in that corner there.
You know where Amundsen used to be? No, the boatyard.
And it's also a
Southern
working
tip of
yard.
Guinea
That's
Park.
where, it's like a way station for the leaves during compost.
Yeah, during leaf season, we bring the leaves and dump them there and then reload them into trucks to be hauled out from there. So that's we use it for that as well.
Where are your other three locations, and are they in similar shape?
Of the other three are in better shape than this one. Don't know that there's too many other buildings in town that are in as bad shape as this one, but the two of them operate out of the same building, which is at Indian Field and at Exit 4 there, near where Fleet and so forth. You've seen that facility probably if you've been on 95 and you pull off there. Two of our Coscob shed and our Borough shed, which is kind of the downtown area, operate out of that facility. Our fourth shed is our Byram shed. That one operates out of a area that we leased land that we have from Connecticut DOT at the bottom of Field Point Road and Horse Neck. So if you go down Field Point Road, keep going towards 95, and if you get to the ramp to get on 95 right there, you've passed it, because it's right there at that intersection, at that stoplight on the right-hand side. And that's basically it's a trailer on that space that we lease, and we'll probably be talking about that site in a few minutes as well, so.
Okay,
And
Doug?
the prior site will be the home of the new canopy. You said OG, there are two at X4.
The middle site that I talked about is where the canopy would be, so.
Further questions? I am going to ask my compatriots here, do we want to break for lunch, or do we want to push through?
I think we've really only got two more, Senior Center and Baldwin Park. I'm not sure we need to talk about roofs, so it's up to you.
Luigi, are you pressed for time? Do you want to stay for lunch and join us?
Whatever your preference.
All right, then let's eat. I'm going to call a recess at 12:15 for half an hour, and we'll come back.
He's ready. Good to go.
All right, everyone ready? Yep. All right, everyone, we're reconvening the meeting. It's 12:52. We left off, we just finished Old Greenwich Highway shed renovation before the lunch break, and now we are at the senior center interior upgrade. And this looks like it's for an HVAC project. Want to give us some background?
Yeah, so the senior center is looking to do a major renovation, and in doing that, one of the things that we've looked at is the HVAC system could use some upgrades. The time to do it is when they're going to be doing their stuff, because there's some realizing of if they're taking some of the drywall down, we can put stuff in behind that. It's at the same time. If we were to do it at a later time, we'd have to be, number one, doing some of the same work that they would be doing for the demo and restoration, but also it would put them out of service in certain areas while we would be doing that so it's just a, something that we should be completed at the same time.
Would this complete our responsibility? I know there's been a lot of work done over the years for the senior center, and I have to confess, I've lost track, but I think a lot of the work has been done, at least on the first floor. Where are we versus the town side of the project and the Wallace Center side of the project?
So there's been several phases of different sections within the facility. The Wallace Center got a large bequest, and they're very grateful for that. And with that, they wanted to make a few changes to some of the areas with their operations to enhance some of their activities and offerings. And what they will be doing is they will be covering the lion's share of the future construction. I think they're pretty much covering all of it. This request is in here because of the cooling tower, not the cooling tower, excuse me, there's an air-cooled chiller outside today, which provides the cooling mechanism for the facility. And while we were working with the Commission on Aging to discuss options for the renovation and build out, we identified an area of public critique where occupants felt uncomfortable in the building at certain times, particularly in the swing seasons, because the current system only allows for heating in the wintertime and cooling in the summertime. So depending on when you switch over in the spring or fall, it can be uncomfortable if you get that one random hot or cool day, respectively. The proposed system replaces a previous capital placeholder for the replacement of that chiller to just make the chilled water, with instead converting the system with a cooling tower, replacing with the cooling tower and converting the mechanicals inside to heat pumps, similar to how Town Hall operates today. So what that would do is grant 365 heating and cooling for the occupants in the facility so that they can heat and cool different rooms respectively.
And that's for the entire facility.
Correct, yeah, because of the nature and the change in the plant and how the mechanism works, we would have to do that throughout the entire facility.
Any questions?
Yeah, and this will be done concurrently with the work that they're doing. So we'll be opening the walls once, doing all this stuff all at the same time.
Accurate.
Great.
Leslie, you have a question? You need a mic?
Thank you. Question, this is for all floors of the senior center, correct? Is it the third and the fourth floor too? Is that the lease space?
That's correct, yes, the second and third floor.
So, how long is that current lease for? Do we have any idea? And is there any way to recoup any of these costs for the third or fourth floor that, do you know what kind of benefit we get from these leases for the third and fourth floor? And how much space is there? What are they paying per square foot?
I don't recall the details of the lease, but as far as the pricing goes, but I do believe that we, per the lease, are required to maintain the mechanical systems in place. So if we make a holistic change to the mechanical plant, we would be required to upgrade those areas in order for them to maintain heating and cooling as well, per the lease.
But they might not, I mean, it seems to me that if we're doing the third and fourth floors, that we should be asking for some recouping of those costs, since it isn't town used.
Agnes, can we follow up and get the Greenwich Arts Center lease to see what the terms are? I think it's a dollar a year, and I think Luigi is correct about the town's responsibility, but let's verify that.
And also how many square feet, I guess Elise would say that. You know, if this
And they
is a large enough.
They sublease to other.
I'm sorry?
They sublease as well, so. Before we leave the senior center, I see that there's a couple of, in the open capital. Forgive me, I should have gone back and looked at last year's book, but there's 2.6 million for that project. Is that the Wallace Center project? or
That's
is-
the walls.
Those are the construction funds, yes,
Okay, so the way that works is we appropriate and they reimburse us.
correct.
Okay. And do you know the status of when they're going to bid, by any chance?
We're hoping this summer.
This summer, okay. Excellent. Any other questions? On this one, the page 123 was just an error, so can we eliminate that and resubmit for the,
Yes,
there were a couple of those, but let's just clean it up before we send it on to the
I
RTM.
think that might be, we'll work with finance on it.
Okay. It's just pointing out for the record that page 123 has no bearing on the senior center. Townwide roof replacement, 2 proposed roof projects. Bowling Green, which I guess is at the Bruce Park Bowling Green, is that
That's
right?
correct.
And flat roof at the senior center. Larry, do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question that's, it seems in the BOE, they replace roofs at a pretty fast clip when the warranties run out. What is your methodology for replacing roofs?
So it's a combination of things. We do keep in mind what the warranty states, but we do facility condition assessments as well. And if we find that a facility similar to the Bowling Green Lavatory is in good shape, then we might push it off a couple of years or try to push it out because there's no immediate need to replace. If we see that we're seeing expedited wear, leaks, anything like that, we want to get to it before we get to the leak point because no one likes water. But overall, we're trying to assess it from a variety of different site visits, seeing what's actually out there in place. See if we notice any cupping in the asphalt or in the rubber roofs, if any of the seams seem to be a little loose. For rubber roofs, for example, like at the senior center, we might see if there's an opportunity to retape some of the seams or use some of that rubberized adhesive to patch it up instead of just do a full-on replacement just because the warranty's over. We work very closely with our roofer on call. Has been a long-time service contractor. He'll come out and do assessments with us, give us recommendations. So there's a kind of a myriad of things that we do. It's not just
Or it's more conditions-based?
it's more condition-based.
Okay. And then you scared me one day
I don't think I'll ever get that back.
about the town hall slate roof.
Town Hall slate. So we've made some, as we work with Town Hall is quite a large facility, as I'm sure you're all aware. And when we go through different sections, we're identifying areas where we can do some piecemeal repairs and make sure that that's in good shape without needing to do a holistic
So you're not,
re-roof of the whole
you're not
slate.
talking about that $10 or $12 million replacement
Nope.
project?
Nope.
You scared me with it. Okay, good to hear. Thank you.
Additional questions? No? All right, Baldwin Park Development. So this is a project that the First Selectman's Office has been talking about for a number of years. And I think the way the pieces are arranged is the Parks and Trees facility would need to be relocated for anything to proceed. We've already met with the First Selectman's Office and Kate Bush, and they were going to come back and refine the number that's presented in here to present maybe more information or the scope of what a design would look like. I know there's an existing design, but it's pretty stale. So the question we have here, well, I'll start with the question that I have here is, it is presumed that the Parks and Trees facility would be moved eventually to Holly Hill on that. Can I call it a campus? Is that appropriate? Site? Campus seems a little overblown.
It sounds like it's becoming more and more of a campus rather than a site, but,
It's a long way from a dump.
but yeah, I mean, yes, there's a little bit of a shell game that needs to happen with this overall thing. In talking with Parks and Rec, there is a few different pieces that operate out of that area that's currently where the Baldwin Park facility is. There's the small engine, so this is deals with like the lawnmowers and the weed whackers and stuff like that. They do maintenance on that themselves. They need some space for that. There's the Parks and Trees, a portion of Parks and Trees group that operates out of there as well. So there's been some discussion about some of that staff moving to potentially North Street and some of that staff needing a different home. And where is that other home? Could it be at Holly Hill? Could it be, because when we've talked about the Holly Hill redevelopment plan, one of the things that we've looked at since 10-plus years ago, when our Byram Highway shed moved to the Exit 3 area, they used to be in Byram on South Water Street, where there's a pump station. When we had to do a rehab of that pump station, we needed to relocate them, and part of that turned into a pocket park. So they never went back to that site because there wasn't enough space really on that site anyways to put a new highway facility. The hope was that they would move to Holly Hill at some point into a more proper building that we could have quarters for them. In addition, our traffic operations is not with other highway staff. We talked about moving them, putting them at Holly Hill. So if we moved if we got a facility for them at Holly Hill, that could open up the space that the Byram Highway shed is now and potentially put some of the park staff at that location. Or we've also talked about, could there be a facility at Holly Hill as well for this small engine shop? And to what size would that be? And would that be incorporated into the Byram shed work or not? That's all part of us thinking about what is the next steps on Holly Hill and what is the needs of all these different groups and moving them there. So ultimately, it probably would be a good discussion to have of, should we look at moving moving the Holly Hill design money that we had laid out for next year up to this year for, to get that conversation started, to see what could go into that space, what would be acceptable, and how all these different moving parts would work together.
All right, so help me, I'm in the capital schedules, help me find the fiscal '28 proposal, I think for 450, to look at Holly Hill. Is that under BCM or is that under? No, it's under waste disposal. Okay, I
it's under
found it
waste
on page
disposal.
5. Okay. So many years ago, you had a complete, you had a study. I can't.
Master plan.
Yeah,
is
master
what we
plan,
called it.
CDM, I
Yes.
can't remember the,
Yep, they put together a master plan. We went through MI and we got the preliminary site plan and MI approved it back in 2014-ish range. So, yeah.
A lot of years.
so would this 450 were to be pulled forward, would this be a means to look at how to consolidate some of these operations, both the Byram?
Yeah, it would.
Location
it would
and
look-
Parks and
Yeah, we
Trees?
would look at doing a further design, preliminary design process and determining all those needs and where all those needs would be for the Holly Hill facility, what we have available at the Holly Hill facility for, I'm going to almost call it floor space, but available land space to put buildings and so forth, and just do a quick refresh of that master plan that we did 12 years ago or more.
Joe?
Thank you. Just a question about getting there, and that's something I was trying to think about. Now, we have the facilities at Roger Baldwin Park right now are being swapped. We talk about moving them to Holly Hill. Is there any delay by the employees leaving the beachfront location of Roger Sherman Park, moving them to the dump area? Is that something that we expect some resistance on, that people won't work with us on making that happen? Is that possible that that will affect the project in the least?
So, are we talking the public or are we talking the employees?
Well, I'm talking to town employees and you and those under you. I mean,
So working with Joe and so forth, I think that Joe Siciliano and company, there is a desire to keep them in the downtown area. So Parks runs an operation out of an area next to the North Street School. So they have a big facility up there. They've stated that moving all their staff up to that facility and enhancing that facility isn't going to be nearly as efficient, and because a lot of their park work that they do is down along the shore and along in the downtown area. So keeping them closer to that is much more efficient and adequate. I think they're okay with moving them to Holly Hill, but I think that's about as far from the center of town as they would like to stray.
So they've little influence, because I know behind the buildings in Roger Sherman, there are those lounge chairs that sit there overviewing the harbor a bit, that they're not going to be concerned about. There's no delay that our team will try to put a delay in this process of moving them from there. Because I'd like to.
I don't think so.
Oh, good, because it's really important for me and others to recapture that for the community. And I would want to make sure there's just no delays from your level down all the way below you. So you don't think so?
I think as long as we have a facility for them to go, that's the big thing. So I think that's the piece that.
Thank you.
If we're saying, you got to leave and good luck finding a place, then that'll be where you'll get the pushback.
If you have another place to go, that shouldn't be any issue. Thank you.
So the other question I have, and I just can't remember where it's housed, is there was an electrical upgrade to support some of the activities that take place in Roger Sherman Baldwin Park. And I think it was at the Parks and Trees building, but it might have been at the Teen Center building. So I don't know if you happen to know, Luigi, but that would need to be factored into where does that get placed?
Yeah. Yes, so there's an electrical upgrade that was done. The gear for that is on the wall closest to Arch Street within the Parks facility. So that would be part of the consideration when redeveloping what happens with that gear and that connection point.
Okay, so
So-
that would need to be factored in because we need to support the current uses of the park.
Correct, because some of that still goes down, feeds the police boat docks, the marine police facility, et cetera.
So what I would propose is if there is a CIP sheet that could be, I don't know, pulled out of a cabinet drawer or created for the 450 for the fiscal 28 project that we could look at for the fiscal 27, because to me, this is, you need to figure out where the Parks and Trees facility is going to go before you think about redesigning the waterfront. So let's figure out the order of operations here and start solving.
Yeah,
So
we can get you a sheet on that.
And then we'll continue
It
to.
probably won't take too long to get that.
Okay. And then we'll continue to work with.
I think we would just be I would say, I think we've already either done it or we've
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important just to,
we could update one of the last several that we've done over the last.
I think it's important just to
12 years.
describe the scope and what you're
Yeah.
looking to do, because I think it is all a progression.
Yeah, we'll have that conversation internally. We'll talk to Joe a little bit to make sure we're all on the same page and Selectman's office and so forth, and get a sheet to you in the very near future.
Okay, and then we'll continue to work with Kate on what's a reasonable number for site development that's less than $1 million. Further comments? Anyone from the side? No? Okay. Luigi, that might mean you're done. Is that right?
No, I've got one question.
Okay, go ahead.
I was worried the fun ended.
On Open Capital, 2023, there was a $325,000 appropriation that's still there for Greenwich Point facility improvement.
Those funds are conditioned.
Conditioned on what?
Those funds are conditioned, stretching my recall, they are conditioned on receiving some items from Greenwich Point Conservancy, confirmation on financing from Greenwich Point Conservancy to fund construction, and I think one other item.
This is for the Chimes building?
This is for the Chimes Building renovation, correct?
Okay, maybe, so it's totally waiting on the Conservancy.
Yeah, there's been some ongoing conversations between the Conservancy and town administration to see how this is going to move forward.
Agnes, can you quickly look up what the conditions are? Do you have them?
It's back in 2023. That's the budget for 2023. So it says, subject to release by the Board of Estimate and Taxation upon receipt and acceptance by BET of a report from DPW that confirms, one, all needed plans and information needed to construct and replace existing electrical and septic system with increased power and raised septic system are received from Greenwich Point Conservancy. Two, confirmation from finance that budget from the GPC together with detailed cost breakdown has been received and delivered to DPW and BET. And three, full funding for Chimes building funding is confirmed by finance and is available prior to initiation of construction for electrical and septic systems by town.
I don't know how often we touch base with Chris Franco and team, but maybe we could add that to the list of things to do in the not-so-distant future to see where that stands.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we've been in contact with Chris Franco and company and had some meetings, I want to say, within the past 3 weeks to
Okay,
continue
okay.
discussions. It's ongoing.
Okay. I've lost track of what the total price tag is for that renovation, but I know that has also been talked about for quite some time.
There's a couple of other ones that date back to 2021, restroom rehab, 129,000. Town hall air makeup, $66,000. Any of these able to be closed out?
Yeah, we're getting we have, I think, a couple thermostats left to replace as part of the MAU project. That dragged on because the initial supplier went out of business during COVID. We had to switch vendors. That vendor then had like a 20-month lead time or something like that on the unit. So it was quite a lengthy project. We're almost wrapped up with that. We expect that to be closed out in the next 2 to 3 months. The other one was
Restrooms?
Restrooms, thank you so much. So restrooms, we are working to renovate one of the restrooms in town with those funds, and that should be spent down by end of this fiscal.
Okay, thank you.
David?
So the $10 million in the CIP for Baldwin Park for fiscal year '28, any sense as to what that would be used for, how the number was derived?
That was intended based on the prior concept plan that was put together and for the repurposing of that area. So that's what that number was created based on that, and then just brought up to current day dollars.
Has the Budget Committee seen that prior concept plan?
It was referred to and we didn't see it this year, but when we had, on the first day of budget hearings, it was talked about. I think that is something that we should make more broadly available to the public. It's been a few years now since the concept plan was shown. But I don't know, to be honest, David, how much backup there is for the $10 million. I certainly haven't seen any of that. I don't know if anyone else has.
Jim, if you have such a concept plan and you can circulate it, that would be great. Thanks.
Okay.
Is that you, Jim, or is that Kate?
We'll work together on it.
Okay, perfect. Luigi, thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
All right, so we're going to go back to the beginning of the tab, Public Works Capital. Do you want to go through Open Capital first, or should we go through the pages and come back to Open
Yeah, I've got
Capital? What's your preference?
I've got a few on open capital.
Okay, we're going to start with Open Capital. Harry, go ahead. Why don't we give Luigi and Pete a moment
Yeah,
to
sure.
switch places?
You too. 2023, there was 3.1 million for Route 1 sidewalk connectivity. Very little's been spent there. What's the status of that project?
Yeah, so where we're at with that one is that we're going to we've been working through a good number of easements. So that's for doing a lot of the work along the sidewalks, improving the sidewalks along Route 1 from the Stanford line to the Portchester line. There was 12 to 14 easements that we needed to obtain, and it just has been a very lengthy process to get to that. We're looking to go out to bid on that project this summer.
Okay. I'll go to Greenwich Avenue repaving. You've got 663,000. I thought that project was pretty much finished.
It's mostly getting there. We're trying to make sure we got all the invoicing and so forth in. And there's a few things that still need to be done this spring. There's some of the crosswalks that we were doing the decorative crosswalks, and that work is still left to be there. So we have a few things that we want to utilize as funds for.
So you should be able to close it out next fiscal year.
Yeah.
Okay. Route 1 sidewalk connectivity and I assume ADA, is that related to the Route 1, the 2023 project? It's in 2025?
Yes, that's the same project.
So there's a
Which is
total
based on our initial estimates versus our final estimates. That's the total
so
price
that's
tag for the
why
project.
that's delayed also.
Yep.
Okay. And then, you know, in general, there's a lot of ADA sidewalk accessibility funds that, you know, haven't been spent. And, you know, we're looking at appropriating more. Are you able to make do with a little bit less? I don't remember the amount you're asking for. But are you able to make do with a little bit less to burn through the old funds?
So one of the things that, with some of the old funds that got put a little bit on hold, and we're looking at kicking into doing a decent amount of the spending this spring, is that we had Greenwich Avenue ADA money appropriated, and so we've been utilizing that money, and the normal stuff we would do has been delayed because of that. So we're hopeful that we will be able to utilize what we currently have out there, plus looking at what we'd be looking at for this next year, and we think that's a reasonable number. The other piece that I'll tell you that, you know, working and spending money on Greenwich Avenue was very challenging through that project because we were trying to make sure that we weren't overly impactful to the business owners. I'm not saying we weren't impactful to the business owners, but we were trying to be reasonably accommodating to make sure that we weren't putting people out for long periods of time. And the staff worked very well at doing that, but it was not as rapidly moving and rapidly spending the funds as you would see in a normal project like that we would do. So we think the outstanding items that we have left, we'll be able to accommodate, or we'll be able to spend those coming this spring and into the summer. And then our next, our request this year was based upon knowing that we had that money left. And
Okay, so
using
by
it.
the end of fiscal '27, you could get caught up and
We
just
should
have
be able to get caught up, yeah.
1 year of allocation going forward.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
that
our
would be a
hope.
great objective to satisfy. Thank you.
And oftentimes, we also utilize that funding that we get this year's, like when we request money for this year's capital, we won't tend to use that funding until March, April, May
Right.
of that fiscal year, because we utilize that funding for the beginning, prior to our paving operations in July. So we put a deal with once we know the roads that we're going to be paving that year, we'll be doing the ADA ramps and so forth that are associated with that road, because we have to do that prior to that paving operation, so.
And finally, when's the Route 1 signal timing going to get started?
It's going out to bid in the very near future, sometime hopefully by the end of this month, and then, is it out to bid? Okay, so we're out to bid already.
Oh,
so,
okay.
So So once we get the bids back and then get the contractor on board and get going with it, so.
And then I guess one more question, since you remind me of it, because you're doing that in Glenville. Glenville, it's probably the one project I get the most complaints about, because it's bollocking up traffic. That'll be finished this summer?
Yeah, the plan is to be done with that this summer, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Harry. And before we get off open capital, we have an update on the multi-use trail between Stamford and Greenwich, and there is an open capital item from 2024. Is that, what's the status of that project, and what's going to happen with those funds?
So a portion of those funds will be able to go back to the line. We're not going to move forward with the overall major project that we're looking at the current time. We're going to be looking at utilizing a portion of those funds for doing some little further development of the design on a couple of the stretches that were identified in there. The stretch between Tomac and the Stamford line, there's a section of sidewalk that we're looking at doing there. And then we're going to do some further look at what could we do between Binney Park and Eastern Greenwich Civic Center along Forest Avenue. So, but the overall project is going to be, we're not moving forward at this time and in the near future, so.
Are we okay, finance team, with redeploying the funds from multi-use trail to the sidewalk projects mentioned? Does that work for us? Okay. Sally?
Seems like it's stretching a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, this is just a clarification again, might be a dumb question, but when I was on the RTM, we voted on and approved allocating that money for research on the multipurpose path. And are we allowed to generally reallocate funds? And is there a dollar limit? Like how does that work? And I'm sorry, it might be a dumb question.
I think that's exactly the question I just asked, so it's.
No,
we're
you are
thinking
correct.
alike.
You are correct. You cannot reallocate funds if they can qualify under the same, relative description. That's, we're okay with that, but it needs to be part of the same, vicinity project.
Yes, and let me clarify my statement there as well, that this is for the determination of what's the sidewalk feasibility in those stretches as well. Sidewalk / wider pathway, and it's in the same area that we were looking at for that project. So it all falls into the same, some of these pieces were identified during the original conceptual stages. We're not looking to utilize these funds for the construction. We're not looking to utilize these funds for that portion of it. It's just for furthering the conceptual look at, is it feasible even to put a sidewalk in that stretch? Is it feasible to, and what would it take to do that so that we move forward with it? So.
Harry?
Yeah, I heard you say wider paths. I have real concerns with wider paths because it just encourages bicycles to go on sidewalks. And that is against state statute. So when you look at it,
It's not against state statute for bikes to be on sidewalks.
Talk to the police chief.
We will, but there's
That's
only.
my understanding.
There's only a couple places, Greenwich Avenue and Sound Beach Avenue, that bikes are not allowed on sidewalks.
I thought it was a state statute, but I'll check again.
Yeah.
Can we just clarify, so the areas that you're talking about were previously going to be addressed as part of the multi-use trail
They were
within
part of the
Greenwich
multi-use
borders?
path.
So maybe, can you just provide us a little sketch with the areas that you're talking about, Tomac and
Yeah.
Eastern Greenwich Civic Center, Cohen,
Yeah.
Eastern Greenwich Civic Center? That'd be great, thank you.
Well,
But the
what we-
intent-
What we can do is we can provide a little sketch of, or we can provide a sketch of the initial project scope that we had provided, that'll show the different pathways, and then like circle on that, the two stretches of that section that we're going to be enhancing a little bit further.
Okay, and if you can enumerate or quantify what the funds coming back that won't be used for the multi-use trail, that would be great. I think it'd be helpful to include that update, not only for us, but for the RTM as well. Does that sound good?
Sorry, can I ask one follow-up question? I do remember this when we did vote on the multi-use path, that I understood at the time at the vote that there was a state grant for all or a portion of it, and just wanted to know if that is still on the table.
Yes, for this design phase, we have an 80-20 grant, so meaning 80% is paid for by the state and 20% is paid for out of town funds. We had a meeting last week, and we met with the representative that we talked about that we've been dealing with, our liaison at the state, explained exactly how we were looking to change a little bit of the scoping of this and the long-term piece of it, and they are in agreement that the funding from the state will continue to come in for even this modification too. So really, we're talking about what the small amount that we're going to be utilizing in this last stretch is still going to be an 80-20 share. So it's going to be 80% state and 20% town.
Excellent. Thank you, Sally, for the question. Doug?
Just two other ones on open capital. Just when do you expect the Shore Road sidewalk, the south phase, to be constructed?
This summer and fall.
Great. And then just one other open capital tie into a later project, but just there's about $1.1 million outstanding on GHS soil remediation. Can you just put that in the context of the $2 million request for this year?
Yeah, so based on what we have anticipated spending for that project over between now and, a year and a half from now, we anticipate the spending will be in the neighborhood of $3 million, and that's why between this amount that we have left in the open capital plus the $2 million request. So.
And at that point, fingers crossed, remediation at GHS will be complete.
The remediation at GHS in these phases will be mostly complete, and that if there's any future work it's a ongoing site that will always have some sort of requirements for that, and any projects done on that site will have remediation work that may be necessary.
Leslie?
Yeah, just a follow-on question. Jim, can you estimate for us what the annual testing costs are, and that would continue in perpetuity? I believe you said you hope that that would be moved over to the BOE, but can you give us an estimate of what that annual cost is?
Yes, I'm working with the consultant right now to find out if they can give us a ballpark annual maintenance. The thing that they've mentioned is it will be a bigger number initially, and then as each year goes on, it'll potentially decline because there'll be less and less testing / monitoring that will be required long-term. But in the first 5 years, it'll be one level and then slowly diminish. It will never go away, but it will diminish a little bit.
And since you're talking with a consultant, can you also ask that same consultant who's also on what those costs would be on Western? Please?
I can ask,
Thank you.
and I'll talk to Board of Ed about that as well. So
Super,
that's their
thank you.
project that they're
Thank you.
in charge of.
All right, are we ready to move on to Byram River Bridge replacement?
Could I ask a question about the capital plan and out-year
Sure,
project?
absolutely.
In fiscal 32, you've got $3 million for Greenwich Avenue intersection improvements. I thought we just did that in the big project. So what are you anticipating in fiscal 32?
Okay. I'm going to, so we've been asked over the last few years about, is there certain things that may be best to do on Greenwich Avenue when we've done some of our proposals. It has been suggested to us that would it make sense to have traffic signals instead of police officers or instead of other things out there? This is a placeholder at the event that we would look to want to do traffic signals at some of the more busy intersections on Greenwich Avenue.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
That's why it's out there.
Aren't you glad you asked? All right, Byram River Bridge replacement.
So this is a project that has been ongoing since I started here in 2011. And this is the Byram River area. We've been working with the Army Corps of Engineers on a feasibility study. That feasibility study concluded in the early 2020s. And the recommendation of that was to replace the two bridges that are located on Route 1 at the border between Portchester and Greenwich. By replacing those, it would, with new bridges that would be, have a bigger opening underneath and be higher would allow for more water to potentially go through those bridges, potentially lower the flood elevations in the Pemberwick neighborhood. And so that was the result of that study. This is they're in the design phase right now. As part of that project, it was a 50% Army Corps of Engineers project, 50% what they call the project sponsor. We've negotiated, we were at the time we went through the feasibility study, because 95% of the properties that gain benefit from the improvements in this area are in the town of Greenwich. So the properties that are gaining benefit by this are all in Greenwich. So we were the project sponsor through the study phase. When it came to the time when it was determined that the project recommendation would be the bridge replacements, we said those bridges aren't town of Greenwich bridges because they are actually in the state of New York. So between New York State and Westchester County and Portchester, we went and we had some conversations with them, and it was determined that because the bridges are their asset, that New York State DOT is going to contribute 25%, and the town, because we get all the benefit of this project, we would contribute the other 25%, and that the Army Corps would maintain the 50%. It was supposed to be that way for design and construction. Through the work of Representative Himes and his office, they were able to negotiate that 100% of the design is federally funded. So that's approximately $7 to $8 million design contract that they have for that project. So $3 to $4 million worth of that has been taken off of our plate. This phase here, they initially anticipated the construction of the bridges to be at the neighborhood of $32 million. About a week and a half ago, I got on a call and the Army Corps said, our $40 million project, and I said, excuse me? So their new cost estimate is now in the neighborhood of 40, so this number probably is not high enough for the 8 million. It probably should be closer to 10 for our 25%. But that's new information I just got recently. So that's where this project is. They're hoping to get to bid later this year. I think that may be very aggressive. They also are talking, that's their goal, that's their plan right now. We haven't been given a firm understanding of when they're going to demand our 25%. So that's the other wild card in this, and that's why we've broken it up. And if they truly do get to bid later this calendar year / this upcoming fiscal year, they could be looking for that full 25% up front. We haven't gotten even indication from them. We've been trying to work through with their legal team as well, the agreements on how exactly it's getting funded. Is it going through Connecticut DOT? Is it going all through New York State DOT? Are we multiple partners here? There's a lot of legal issues because a state can't partner with a town, but a town could potentially contribute to a state, but then it can't contribute to a different state than the state it belongs in. So it's very gray at this moment on exactly how those agreements are going to land, but our belief was sometime in the next 2 years, we're going to need to come up with probably $8 million to, and now I'm saying $10 million for this project.
Harry?
So this has been going on since 2012,
Yes,
according to the sheet,
yes.
and some of the mechanics haven't been worked out by how do we get the funds to the state of New York? I mean, it's just, this is government at its best.
It's
Not a criticism of you, but it's, you know, it's Army Corps and the state of New York and Westchester County, and we're just trying to tag along.
It's a lot of moving parts, and it's a lot of, you get a lot of state level, federal level attorneys in the, we've had, probably in the last month and a half, I've had 3 or 4 conference calls with that level of personnel, and it's a little,
I get it.
you walk away.
Yeah, I get it. Thank you.
Ready for a break, for sure, so.
Doug?
Can you just put a % chance on the odds we actually need this money appropriated in FY '27?
Let me ask a different question, or the same question a different way. Are we aligned with the Village of Portchester on this? Are we ahead of have we spoken with them?
In the sense of, do they believe in this project, or do they,
No,
they're not a contributing party to this project, so.
They're not contributing 25%?
No, it's.
Oh, it's Westchester.
No, it's New York
It's
State
New York
DOT.
Okay. All right, sorry. I got a little, I went a little bit down the rabbit hole on this one when I started clicking on all the links on your website. So somewhere I read it was the Village of Portchester, but that must have changed. But I also read that through a federal bill that there's $35 million of construction funding available, which led me to believe that maybe we can do it on the back end, not at the front end.
That's a possibility. That's a possibility. Or it could be a similar situation of how we have to have our full appropriation before we can go out to bid on a project, with the understanding that we're going to be getting grant funding from a certain entity. You know how a lot of times with bridges, we'll say, well, we need the whole amount, even though we're getting 80% of it from the state.
But
or
we're not
whatever.
executing the construction contracts, right?
The feds are,
The feds are.
yeah.
I mean, I think these are all good questions that we're not able to answer, nor are you at this time, because all the agreements are still being worked out.
Yes.
So when might we have visibility on our commitments and our responsibility?
I would love to tell you very soon, but I would also be very honest and say it's not going to be before your decision day.
So,
Or even, probably even before the full BET's decision day.
but it's a certainty that we're going to be contributing this money at some point.
There's a certainty is if the project moves forward that we'll be contributing this money, and I feel that the project is planning to move forward.
So would it be reasonable to put a condition that until we, subject to the agreements and then? What would be reasonable, in your opinion?
You can put a condition that none of this money will be spent until we have all these agreements and an outline back to you on that. That's perfectly fine with me.
I don't really know how to word it, but maybe you could help us with the
we can work
parties that
together
are
on something like
negotiating.
that,
I mean, I feel like we want to move this forward. It's really important that the areas of Pembroke that have been affected by the Byram River flooding, we want to support this project. A lot of work has been done, but at the same time, we need a little bit more clarity before we write a check. David?
Right, I mean, the obvious misalignment on this, which everybody is asking about, jumps out at me. In other words, you've got the Army Corps at 50%, the state of New York a quarter, and then what in the world is the town of Greenwich in this picture at all? And we're going along, as you put into the CIP, we're really going along for the ride. I mean, it's really being driven by the Army Corps and so forth. It seems to me, if anything, it should be the state of Connecticut. I'm completely confused as to why us as a municipality is holding the bag here when the state of New York is covering for them. Why wouldn't the state of Connecticut do it for us?
The bridges are like 99% in the state of New York, and the benefit is like 95% to Greenwich Town residents. So the result of the project is you get new bridges, but you get lower flooding in the Pemberwick area. So therefore, the benefit to those property owners and the frequency and extent of the flooding in that area will be lessened by this project. So therefore, it helps to somebody could make the argument that it would potentially improve the property values in the Pemberwick area by doing this project.
But if I may,
Yeah,
to
go ahead, Jim.
David's point, I mean, it's the Connecticut, Greenwich is in the state of Connecticut, isn't it? And you have the state of New York taking one side of it. David, that's where you're going with this, aren't you? Greenwich is part of Connecticut. So why isn't Connecticut taking this on? Because Connecticut is 95%, according to your numbers, benefiting from this, which is the same as Greenwich benefiting 95% from it.
I guess the answer there would be the bridges themselves are owned all by New York State, and this is getting funded through the New York State DOT funding mechanism. The Connecticut DOT funding mechanism wouldn't, they're not their bridges, so it's not truly benefiting them. They're not getting new bridges out of the project.
So what we're getting is a bridge design that removes the center pier to help alleviate the flooding.
Right. So we're
Upstream.
getting lower floodwaters upstream of this. New York State's getting new bridges that they own.
And can you
Maintain.
talk about the role of the Flood and Erosion Board? Was this one of their projects that they identified as a priority?
So this is a project that's been identified for going back to 2011 timeframe as a project of priority and through the Flood and Erosion Control Board. So, yes.
Just out of curiosity, have we talked to our state reps about any possibility of Connecticut DOT funding or WestCog, or has that road already been traveled and this is where we are?
We've had a few conversations. The wall's been put up pretty firmly against a no there, but we continue to have those conversations. One of the pieces we've been also trying to work is at the federal level through Representative Himes and company to see if he might be able to help fund a further portion of it than the initial percentages. So, because they were very successful in getting that funding through in the prior, for the design piece, so.
I mean, the other thing I noted in the report, it talked about the dam that's upstream, I think about a half a mile, and that's a privately owned dam, and has anyone done the analysis if that dam is removed, or if that's gonna, if we fix something downstream, but then we have further water coming from upstream, are we gonna, is that a wash? No pun intended. Have we done that analysis?
So, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's, so basically the Byram River study looked at what are the benefits from Route 1 to Bailiwick Road on the Byram River. So they looked at all the way up through where the dam is, all the way up through Glenville Road, and up beyond that to all the way up to Bailiwick Road. That was part of that study. So that has been analyzed. In the event that if that dam were to ever be removed, there would need to be some sort of plan that would show by removing that dam, how would that impact downstream properties, and they couldn't have a negative impact downstream on those properties by removing that dam. They'd have to do something to control the water in a sense that it would be providing the same amount of water as before.
Are we clear? Can we move on?
Clear as we can be, I
As
think.
clear as we can be, I think is the answer to that question.
You're
I
probably
mean-
about as clear as I am, and I'm.
I mean, what's concerning is that it's 8 million, potentially 10 million. If it starts to creep up more and more, what's our, do we have protection?
Where's
Is
the
there a
threshold
cap?
of where do we,
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
where do we cap this out? So,
Yeah, and that's, I think, something that needs to be explored.
Yep.
All right, electric leaf blower equipment?
Yep. So this is, so there's the, or the RTM approval for electric leaf blowers from basically Memorial Day through September. And this is to replace Public Works' portion of our electric leaf blowers to provide us the equipment we would need to operate over the summer months utilizing leaf blowers. So we utilize leaf blowers when we're cleaning parking lots prior to putting line striping down, some in operations during, if trees go down or little things like that, that debris along the sides of the roads. We also utilize them during our paving operations for cleaning up debris. So that's how we utilize the leaf blowers. They're not just to blow leaves in the fall. We utilize them significantly in the fall, but that falls into the time frame that is not required for electric leaf blowers. So we will still be maintaining our gas-powered equipment so that we can utilize them primarily during leaf season. So is it fully replacing 100% of our leaf blowers? No, it's not, but it's giving us enough equipment and storage ability and battery power capabilities and making sure that everything's safe related to that to operate electric leaf blowers over the summer months.
Doug?
Sorry, and I think you said this, but just to put a fine point on it, this is a one and done. You will be be able to be fully in compliance with the ordinance once appropriation has been made.
Public Works will be.
Public Works, sorry. Thank you.
I can't guarantee that Parks will be. They have a separate one, and that'd be a question I would ask them.
So I should note that Doug had submitted some questions on capital that you provided written answers to that are in the shared BET folder. And part of the answer to the question that Doug raised was this would be 50% of your equipment would be electric, and so you'd be able to comply.
Correct.
And then what about the facilities where the batteries are stored and charged? Is that in one central facility around town, or?
So in reality, it would be a combination of it at the various highway sheds that we talked about and our traffic operations shed. And in addition, it would be, potentially on our vehicles as well, that we would have some storage of the batteries in the vehicles themselves when they're out on the site, because based on the equipment that we've tested and the usage that we have, we're talking a significant number of batteries per leaf blower per day that we are needing to operate. So it's not, because they're operating these 7-hour, sometimes 7 hours pretty much consistently all day long, so.
Okay, let's move on to school zone sign maintenance.
So this project is a project for our school zone signs. We have about 50 school zone signs out there. These are the ones that have a yellow flash on the top and bottom. They say school speed limit 20 or 25 miles per hour, and then they have a little speed display sign on most of them. These are not the traffic enforcement cameras. Traffic enforcement cameras are through the police department. So, however, these do operate throughout the day at the school zone times. So school zones per state Office of State Traffic Administration, they give us about a 1-hour window around the time that pickup and drop-off occur. If there's overlapping timeframes, because some of the private schools have multiple pickup and drop-off times, they'll give us a wider window there. Or if we know, for instance, some of the schools have a early drop-off and then a normal drop-off, and then, or a late departure and a regular departure, stuff like that. we're able to get those a little bit wider, but there are a couple hours during the day typically. These signs normally have about a 7 to 10 year lifespan. We started putting these in about 10 years ago, and so this is to start to replace a portion of the equipment that we have out there. It's not, the benefit is when we initially put them in, you have the poles, you have the flashing lights, and then you have like the brains of the equipment. This mostly is the brains of the equipment that we're talking about replacing. It's not necessarily the poles and the flashing lights. So it's significant, so when you start looking at the 150,000 and the number of signs, we're talking probably replacing about 50% of them with this amount, and then there'll be another request every, 5 to 7 years, something like that, of this amount to do this, to keep this equipment maintained. We think it's important for, the safety around the schools and just generalized reminding people of how fast they're actually driving out there.
All right, let's move on. Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Just a quick question. Now, these new talk of the town law enforcement cameras that exist out there, do they make this possibly obsolete, this upgrade or this repair on what's existing there?
These signs that we're talking about have to be operational for the enforcement piece to be enforceable. So we coordinate with them and we make sure that if these signs aren't working, they can't enforce, because then the speed limits are not being properly notified. So
Never mind. Thank you.
Harry?
Yeah, I hear you say this is more of a multi-year program, but you've got nothing in the out years.
I believe if we look at the capital plan, there's something in,
I'm looking at the CIP sheet.
yeah. It's 7 year, I think it's a 7 year, I think we did a 7 year hit, basically, so.
Okay, maybe you could update the sheet.
Well, the capital sheets only go 5
The
years.
sheets only go 5 years.
Oh, okay, so it's out after 5 years.
It's out after 5 years.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
So if there's an issue with these signs that aren't the brains, if it's something else, do you have money in your maintenance accounts to cover
We
those?
utilize our maintenance money to do various other repairs here and there, yes.
Okay, all right. So the point
And
is,
if it's a one-off here and there where something's not working, we'll make sure that we do that. This is more, we're starting to see some of these starting to have some issues with it, and we feel it's better to, attack it now and then get a bunch of them out of the way and reset them.
it would be a shame to have all those tickets marked invalid because
Yes.
the signs weren't working. Okay, ADA sidewalk accessibility, we talked about this. I think there was an error that we needed to fix, Doug. In one of your questions, you want to mention that?
Yeah, just the prior 3 years budgeted cost, I think you let us know that was 1.15 million rather than the 0 in there.
Yes.
So if we could just get an updated sheet reflecting that, that would be good. So we talked a little bit about this and ongoing,
And page 72 is another one of those
yes.
sheets that don't make a lot of sense. So that'll be eliminated.
So we talked about this. This is definitely a multi-year plan, a continuous ongoing program. We talked a little bit about getting caught up by the end of fiscal '27.
Yes.
Just tell us about the consultant, the update inventory line item, how we approach these projects.
Yeah, so back in 2020, we had a consultant come in and they basically did an inventory of all of our sidewalks, all of our push buttons, all of our traffic signals, and all of our ADA ramps. The intent here would be to have them update that similar to the same way that we do our pavement condition index report, so that we see how we're doing. We identify any potential spots that may be deteriorating more quickly and need repairs, because even though this says sidewalk ADA accessibility program, when, a lot of people think of ADA ramps as about the only thing that encompasses. No, anytime there's more than a 1/4 inch height difference in sidewalk, that is a violation of the ADA code. So if there's more than a 1/4 inch bump on the sidewalk, or separation, if it's, say, a concrete sidewalk, in the panels, between the seams, that can be considered an ADA violation for the town. So it's important to make sure that our sidewalks are maintained in a good working condition. And so we utilize this funds for not just the ADA ramps at the intersections, but also for repairing some of the older sidewalk areas. So that's what we think that this is going to be used for. Those consultants identify those locations. Is there any spots that we could come up with that maybe are accelerating their deterioration more quickly and should be looked at sooner, and make sure that we're going in the right path to make sure that our spending model of what we have in out years is correct for that, so.
All right, let's move on. We're going to take off page 72, asphalt paving, 3.75 million, which is down from last year's projected amount of 4.5 million.
Yeah, and basically that's a combination of things. That's based upon the amount of paving that we've been seeing. Also, we do a pavement condition index each year. We're not quite at the point where we're ready for that, where we've got the completion of that. And we want to look at that a little bit further this spring. So we felt that the 3.75 is a good number for this year's paving until we have that updated inventory. We don't think that we'll be in a major setback by going at that 3.75.
Everything?
Can I just ask kind of more a high-level strategic question? Obviously, somewhat conditional on the road based on how often it's used, what the wear and tear is. But what is a rough rule of thumb in terms of how often we should be repaving all of our 265 miles of roads?
Go for it.
We evaluate roads based on 10 to 12 different types of pavement distresses that's recognized by the federal government. And also, we have 3 categories of roads. We have arterials, collectors, and locals. And this company, Engineering Service, who we've used for quite a few years, probably 25 years already, comes in and does the evaluation, and they grade the roads based on those 12 pavement distresses, and each pavement distress has a certain percentage of, how should I say, value, weighted value, and it spits out a number, whereas a brand-new road would be 100, and a terrible road would be 0, no road. So what we have established going back probably 25 years ago, maybe even longer, is that we have thresholds for each one of those road classifications. For arterial, the threshold is 70. For collectors, it's 65, and for locals, it's 55. So basically, we attack the roads that are below those thresholds, and that's pretty much how we derive our list. We also coordinate with utility companies and also look at what type of construction is going to be taking place. A lot of these communities rebirth, you know, the older folks are moving out and they're building the bigger homes, and if we know that there's a big surge on reconstruction, we will wait until it gets out of its system, so.
Yeah, and the other thing, you know, you asked the question, is it, you know, so each road, there's a lot of factors that go into it. Ideally, you know, between 10 and 20 years is the typical time frame. A lot of that depends on the volume of traffic, the type of traffic that's traveling on it. If you think of, you know, a road like, not that we have to repave Route 1, but you think about the volume of traffic on Route 1 and the amount of truck traffic versus a small little cul-de-sac that has 5 houses on it that, you know, only gets the people that live on that 5 houses, you're going to get a lot longer lifespan of a road that has much less traffic on it. So those are all factors that we take into account. In addition, sometimes you have to take into account what's the structure of the road underneath the road. You know, is there, how was it built initially? Was it just that that they put nice stone down, 12 inches of stone down, and then 4 inches of asphalt over top of it? Or did they just put some asphalt over some dirt back in the day when they first paved it? And so it's surprising sometimes what we'll find when we start digging some trenches or whatever and to do a repair on something.
So let me, and I appreciate all that background. And as you mentioned, we've done this with the same firm for 25 years, so we're on our 5th or 6th cycle. If you think we get a fresh report, the kind of 5-year conditions survey, does it make sense that in kind of year 1 and year 2, when that data is most fresh and it has identified kind of key conditions, that we should be almost front-loading spending into those periods versus as the report, you know, kind of ages out and then it's being supplemented? Just help me understand that, because like logically to me, and this could be totally misguided, like you would almost want to front end when you have these reports because that's going to identify your biggest points of need.
I mean, you could look at it that way. You could also look at it as, you know, you see the where and you see where it's headed, and also just the sheer ability to, you know, when we do our paving operations, we try to do that from the beginning of the fiscal year. So we try to do it from July 4th until the middle of August is when we try to fit the bulk of our paving operations in. Why do we do it then? For a couple different reasons. The days are longer at that time of year. People are taking vacations over the summer, so traffic around town is a lot less. Schools are out of session, so we're not dealing with school buses and so forth as much. So we also know that, you know, if you were to give us, you know, $12 billion for 2 years and then $2 million for the next 3 years, and it total out to be the same, it would be more difficult for us to get $12 million worth of work done in that period of time that's ideal for the paving operations.
Anything else? Do we get any state aid for paving?
Yes.
It's the 325 that's in the revenues?
I would have to look at, I think we get more than that for paving. I'd have to look at where it is located, but
Agnes, do you happen to know?
we can work with Agnes and Joan on that. Yeah, Town Aid Road.
It's at 375 right now.
I'm just trying to find that.
Most of
I'm in the state grants and aid, but maybe that's not the right.
Yeah.
Remember, it's done into capital loan, so you wouldn't have
We can have that.
You can get back to me.
We can
That's
get
fine.
back to you on that. So.
I mean, I will say, I know you do your best to coordinate with utility companies, but there's nothing more annoying than having a freshly paved road and then the utility company
Oh, yeah.
does a project and then you have patches all over the place. Same with construction on new
We're with you.
construction.
We're
So
with you.
I do appreciate Summit Road being paved. I know that took a long time because there was an Aquarian project. It was very bumpy on the bike, but you got it done, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, next. Highway maintenance.
Yeah, so this funding we utilize each year for sidewalk improvements, curb improvements, guide rail improvements, et cetera. So this is funding that we utilize for just general maintenance of our highway system other than the paved roadways, so.
Do you want to take this opportunity to educate the public about granite curbs? It comes up every year.
So we always get the question, why do we use granite curbs versus why don't we use other types of curbs? In the long term, when we've done a cost-benefit analysis of it, granite curbs wear a lot better than concrete and asphalt curbs. And especially in this area, and especially where there's the salt and freeze thaws, work a lot better. In addition, and so we've looked at a concrete curb, an asphalt curb maybe lasts 2 to 5 years. A concrete curb is 10 to 15 years. A granite curb could be 30-plus years. When you look at the pricing difference between all of those levels, the granite curb actually wins out. If you have to put in a new asphalt curb at $5 a foot every 2 to 3 years versus, now you're talking 50 to 75 over a 30-year period, dollars a foot, and the granite curbs are in that neighborhood as well. So it's just a significant, benefit that way. We understand that there's always the question of why do we use the sharp edges and so forth. We do have a small bevel on those edges. One of the things that we've seen and we've tried to look at is there other ways to adjust that a little bit? And there is. We also want to make sure that people aren't driving up on them because a lot of times we utilize granite curbing where there's an adjacent sidewalk. So we don't want to make it too easy for people to drive up onto the area where there's sidewalk and now utilize it as parking stalls as well. So that's another reason why we look at that, that look to make sure there's a nice solid. Plus it gives a spot for the water to flow in the gutter line. If it's too flat or too short, then that water ends up going onto the properties and so forth. So those are all factors that we weigh in on that.
Any other questions? Okay. Next is the SS4A implementation. You have an unfortunate update on the grant that we applied for.
Yes, so the grant that we applied for back in the fall, or back last summer timeframe, we did not get that grant, so that we're not moving forward with that section now. We look to potentially apply for a new grant this summer, anticipating that there will be a possibility for grant funding on this project. This is a project that we started a few years ago. We got a federal grant for the creation of a safety action plan. A lot of the feedback in that safety action plan is in the process of being completed. We have a public meeting in March.
March 21st.
So we'll be, so that meeting will be to give an update on where that plan is, and hopefully that plan will be done very soon. The feedback we got on our last grant application is they were giving funding to those municipalities and agencies that had a completed safety action plan. So until we had this action plan completed, they aren't looking at those communities as in-depth so that's why we're looking to get the plan completed, and then hopefully moving forward there'll be recommendations of projects that we'll be looking at implementing with this funds that have been identified in that plan.
Harry?
So on the sheet, it's a 2.5 million demonstration grant. That's what we did not get.
For
Did
the
not get.
reimbursement piece, correct, yes.
So of the $500,000 cost in fiscal '27,
Zero would be grant
zero
funded.
would be reimbursed.
Correct.
And you're applying for another grant in the amount of how much?
So we would potentially be looking at applying for a grant that, well, actually, the 500 could be, portion of it could be reimbursed if we got that grant for the design phase, because this would be for the design phase of a project. And then the construction funding, which is kind of the placeholders that we have out there in the future, those could potentially be grant funded as well.
So
Okay, so your page 79, I'm not sure about these diagrams and how these are diagrams that apply to the out years.
Yes, yeah, those are,
They don't, the 500 is simply design money. assessment and
Pretty
design.
much design money, yes, correct.
Okay.
So my only comment is this, it is obviously a very important goal. I'm glad there's money available to help fund it from outside sources, but it lacks specificity. So I know that as you go through the process, that will be, and I think it's important before you engage in, changing traffic calming, sight lines, modified signal phasing, that you do involve the community and the neighborhood where it's impacted. I think I filled out the survey, if I'm thinking of the right thing. It was a number of, identify the problem areas in town and.
There's definitely, we've gotten a large amount of public input on this project. We've had multiple public meetings. We actually had 6 public meetings prior to even getting the initial grant on this a few years ago, and trying to get people's feedback on where they see the most concerned locations in town. And as we move forward, as we start moving projects forward, we will be, working with the individual neighborhoods that are mostly impacted by these things in there, so.
Public input is a requirement as part of this grant.
Thank you. I mean, obviously, this is really hard to read in the book, but I know you have it online. We want to reduce high injury crashes, reduce our risk. Doug?
So just, if as this was laid out, so we got some grant funding to cover the creation of the plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do we need, if we think about kind of each step along the way, so it's like we created the plan, here are the problems. Now we're going to design some solutions for the problems, then we want to construct said solutions for the problems. Those are the 3 steps, and we've done step 1.
Correct.
Do we need to kind of stay in the grant pipeline? Do we need this step to also be funded by grant or some portion of it, that 80-20 you mentioned, to then feed into the construction being supported by grants? Or, can we fund this fully on our own? And then if that's not grant funded, then we can hop back into the grant funded pipeline. I'm just trying to understand,
Yeah, I kind of see where you're going, and I think I'm going to throw another little wrinkle into this whole thing, which is this grant program was created as part of the bipartisan infrastructure program back during the prior federal administration, and it had funding provided for it through this upcoming year. However, the long-term outlook of this specific outlined program is unclear on whether there will be grant funding 2, 5, 10 years down the road. Now, that being said, for this specific program, a lot of the projects that we're identifying, all of them are transportation-related projects. Transportation funding generally has a significant amount of opportunity for grants. We know different state programs, and there's oftentimes federal programs. It's, in all the years, depending on which side of the aisle you're on, there's normally not a lot of discussion on should we be funding building roads. Most parties will agree that funding building roads is something that should be done by the federal government. So that has been something that, is this specific program got a long lifespan? We're not positive. We don't know. But is there other possibilities of transportation funding? And many of these projects, we might be able to slot into other programs that we are aware of and get grant funding for. So that's kind of what I would throw out there. So I know it's a lot of information and not as clear as what you'd like to know, but
I think that's helpful because obviously, the criteria that the other grants may be looking for, and so you can
right, yeah.
Balance out.
Yeah, and sometimes those, and getting back to Doug's kind of original question, sometimes those grant programs, 100% of the design is town funded, 100% of the construction is state funded or federally funded, or vice, there's 80-20 shares, and some of it's upfront money and some of it's after the fact money. So we we do a pretty good job, and Gabriella does a very good job of keeping track of all those programs, and we go to monthly meetings about that we're getting updates from WestCog and so forth on what programs are coming, what programs are out there, what do we expect for monies to be available, so.
And not to mix apples and oranges, but I know as part of the I-95 work, the state did a whole series of outreach and studies between Stamford and Greenwich, and there was a whole other level of public input. So I don't know if any of that overlays onto this or not, but.
Yes, and that is still ongoing and still in the process, and we coordinate with them on some of that work as well, and they coordinate with us on some of their stuff as well. So, yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Townwide bike infrastructure improvements, 50,000.
Yeah, so this is basically to help to raise awareness for people cycling in town. So it's to add pavement markings, add signage, potentially put in bike racks, et cetera, in various areas across town as identified as some of the higher cycling areas.
All right. Townwide traffic safety implementation.
Okay, so this is kind of a continuation from last year. Last year, we had this in there, and it was divided into two sections. We had two projects that we're moving forward with this year, and then this is for the other project that was pushed off a year, which is for doing a sidewalk from exit 4 to Bruce Park along Indian Field Road. So basically from along our highway shed and along that stretch to where the park, and there's a walking path within the park. So it'd be connecting that to the sidewalks that currently exist from the overpass of 95 and then continuing on down to Coscob Park and in that area, and giving people the ability to walk, so.
Doug, I think you made this point. I mean, one of the headings for a later project is King Street sidewalk, and instead of Indian Field Road sidewalk, this is something townwide traffic safety implementation. I don't know if there's any consistency, but I do feel like we did hear both last year and this year from some neighbors on Indian Field Road. So if they're looking for their project, it might be more helpful to highlight it, but.
Yeah, I think we just kept with the, it was looped in with a variety of different projects last year, and we wanted to keep the naming the same as what we had it last year, so.
Okay, but I
maybe
just want to
if they-
reassure people
If they
it's
found it
there.
last year and they remembered where it was last year, they would see it this year, but yeah, I understand what you're saying, so.
Harry?
Do both of these projects connect to existing sidewalks at either end?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah, so,
they're not sidewalks to nowhere,
correct.
because I know that Indian Field people have wanted a sidewalk all the way out to Route 1 for a long time, which is pretty impractical, so hopefully this isn't
So this stretch is strictly from
Bruce
the-
Park to exit 4.
Bruce Park to the southernmost portion of 95, exit 4. And then there's sidewalk across the bridge that goes across there.
Right.
And then there's sidewalk along Sound Shore Drive, around the corner to Coscob Park. And then even from there,
Okay,
you can work your way all the way
okay,
to the train station, to the
right.
the boat
So they're-
marina, stuff like that.
They're
So
connections.
River Road, you could get to Route 1
Right.
on the sidewalk, but on this, not necessarily
Not
near
through
the high
it-
school.
Not through the narrow part of Indian Field
Not
Road.
through the narrow part of Indian Field Road or crossing the railroad tracks on that
Right.
bridge, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Harry. The diagrams are a little tough to read in the book. Next one, traffic and pedestrian safety improvements. This is an ongoing.
So this is kind of an ongoing project of implementing what we call our RRFBs, which are the pedestrian rectangular rapid flashing beacons, which are the push-button crosswalk signs that flash yellow when people push the button to indicate that pedestrians are present and wanting to cross the street. We do get a fair number of requests for those. We are, and they're not overly inexpensive, but we do feel that it's a safety and pedestrian improvement, and that's what the majority of this is for.
Do you have the locations where these are going to go?
We have a list.
You have a list.
And we hesitate to publish the list until we know exactly the amount of funding and the
Okay.
costing, because if we put 4 down and we can only fund 3, then the guy who's the 4th one that doesn't get it this year, we definitely hear a lot from, and you might too. So,
Got it.
Grigg Street Bollard sidewalk?
So this project here is, a couple years ago, we had a situation where the neighbors in this area and working through the PD and parking enforcement identified that there was some concerns with vehicles parking on the sidewalks in this stretch, blocking the street, and causing concerns with traffic. So what we ended up doing is we ended up putting in a temporary measure to see how it worked, and it seems to have worked somewhat well by putting in kind of the plastic bollards in the roadway itself, and they still get hit, they still get knocked down here and there, but it has seemed to curb a little bit of the parking that happens along there and temporary stopping. I do know that there has been some discussion, is this strictly for a specific restaurant that might be located in that vicinity? And that, from my understanding, that has a significant impact on it, but there is still the FedEx guys, the UPS guys, the Amazon guys that do the same type of thing. And, so that's kind of so we want to make sure that they're not the only piece of this. So, don't want to point their finger solely at them. So, could this, this has been, so what we would be looking to do here would be to make this a more permanent improvement where we would either do trees, curbs, potential more permanent bollards or planter boxes or something like that. We'd work with the neighborhood to see exactly what would be most desirable to them, and what we could get away with for the overall maintenance and operations of this location. So that's what this project is for.
Harry?
What's the existing curb on Grigg Street? Is it granite?
It's granite for the most part, if I remember it, yes.
So we'd be ripping up granite curbs.
Potentially, yes. They've been there for a while though, right? So they're getting to a point, and in addition, we do have a sewer project that we're looking at replacing the sewer line down that road. And as part of replacing that sewer line, there will be potentially need to do some taps out to the individual buildings and do some replacements there. So there may be, as part of that sewer project, some impacts to the curbs as well, so.
Shouldn't we wait on this until we know about the sewer project?
The belief is that that sewer project will be occurring within this next fiscal year. So this would be.
Okay, 'cause
This would be kind of the final restoration of that site.
This is another one where I've heard from people that, are aghast that we would put up concrete bollards anywhere in town.
Well, would it be the end of the world if we kept the temporary ones in place for a little while longer?
Or do it with, as you mentioned, trees. Or
Then I worry
some sort
about
of-
the
Yeah,
tree
I mean-
roots and the quarter-inch, issue that you have with the sidewalks.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
we've looked into that and we've tried to figure out we're definitely, one spot that we used to have something similar to this, and you can take a look at it, is if you look at Elm Street, across the street from the Oyster House, where the bank is there, or the bank used to be, I don't know if the
Yeah,
bank
you've
is
got
still there,
trees
but
planted there.
there's trees planted along that edge of the
Yeah.
road there. That used to just be grass, and there used to be a fair number of the UPS, FedEx guys that would throw a wheel up on top of that area there and park it there. We worked with Parks, we replaced the sidewalks and the curbs in that stretch, gave them a nice planter area, and they put in some trees, and we don't see that nearly as much. I'm not saying we don't see it, we're just saying nearly as much as we used to, so.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but nobody can be happy with the way it looks now, right?
I think they're happier with the way it looks now than to have it be a free-for-all where people are blocking their roads.
So with the bright orange and yellow plastic posts up and down each side of the road, people are okay with that?
I would say they're okay with it.
Thank you.
Would I say they're very happy with it? I don't know, but I think they're looking for a more long-term permanent solution.
I mean, to me, this is a little bit akin to the concrete nodes that we used for the outdoor dining, that it would be nice to have something that looks nicer, but at the end of the day, it's also function.
Yes.
So we have to just prioritize. Anything else? Sally?
Sure. Jim, this may be a question that I shouldn't be asking, but I'm asking anyway, is we have so many projects in the town that are must-haves. We have to do our schools. There's many, many projects that we really need to move forward on. To me, this seems like a nice-to-have project, and that might not be fair. And I just want to hear from you why this is a must-have project in this fiscal year, given all of the other priorities we have in town.
I think we look at it as a long-term maintenance project. We look at it as we did the temporary improvements to give it kind of a test a couple years ago. And that at this point in time, we think rather than continuing to utilize the temporary measure, we'd like to do it as a more permanent measure. It makes it much more functional for our staff when it comes to snow removal. They had, it's been challenging this fall or this winter for snow removal because of those. But it's definitely something that we like to get our projects at a point where each project, that we're able to move them forward, so.
So we have, just as a reminder, Greenwich Police Department and parking coming later this week, so maybe we can ask them their thoughts on this particular issue. Because I know they have put in place some short-term parking to alleviate other situations, so maybe there's things we can do to address the concern without a permanent solution, at least at this point in time.
Yep.
King Street sidewalk?
Yeah, so this is kind of an extension of where there's an existing sidewalk along King Street. This is to, it came from the request of the neighbors over there. And in addition, it's listed on our sidewalk master plan as a location for having sidewalks. So it's just doing an extension of an existing sidewalk that doesn't exist today.
And Doug, you had asked the question. Do you want to repeat it for the record?
Just, can you just give some color on, this is 720 feet, the Indian Field Road one we discussed a few minutes ago was 530 feet or so, but this is budgeted a cost, call it 2x that. Just, can you explain the disparity?
Yeah, I mean, the Indian Field Road one versus this one includes a little bit more in the sense of design money. It also based on our initial look and estimates, there may need to be additional drainage work associated with this and grading work that would need to be done. We try to base these off of how much is it, giving a more realistic cost to what does it really take to build these things. And based on our initial look in that area, we have a ballpark of what we think it will cost. And it's, yes, there is some, when we do initial look at things, sometimes we can do the very general statement of it's going to cost us X number of dollars per foot. But as we start fine tuning it and trying to give you guys better numbers of what these costs are, that we've tried to, get better cost real cost estimates.
And can you just touch on what feedback you've gotten from the community on this one?
So we have reached out to the neighbors that, one of the things we do with a sidewalk project is anytime that there's a request from a neighborhood for doing a sidewalk in their area, oftentimes it comes from one or two people in that neighborhood. We'll then notify all the adjacent property owners that are adjacent to this stretch and request feedback from them on whether they are supportive or not supportive of this project. And we look for around a 70% threshold of approval in that sense, because the last thing we want to do is move forward very quickly with something that only 20% of the people are in favor of. So in this case, this one reaches that threshold that it's over the 70%. So we feel that that's the outreach we've done on this, and feel that they're supportive of it.
Harry?
Yeah, I don't recall seeing this in a previous 5-year plan or 10-year plan or 15-year plan. Was it in there? Because on the sheet it says in fiscal '26, project was reflected at 0.
Correct. This is a newer project, yes. So this is, and it was looked at as a project that that came up through requests. There's an existing sidewalk. It is in an area that is a busier road, and there is some people that do walk in this stretch, and so that's where, we felt it could be potentially slotted in this stretch.
So this came up pretty fast.
It's one that we're working on, yeah.
Yeah, well,
So you had mentioned though that it was part of the sidewalk master plan, right, from 2020?
Well, sidewalk master plan from 2009.
Yeah. Excuse me.
So
It's been a long time coming on the other hand.
It's been identified, it was identified.
yeah, but if you look at that, there's a whole lot of them.
There's a whole lot of them that have still not been done, and some of those have not been done because there hasn't been the support for them, so.
I mean, there was an accident at this location. Did that prompt?
There was an automobile bus accident.
Yes, and there's a lot of children that wait for the bus on King
Exactly.
Street and walk from these neighborhoods to the corners, and the parents feel that there's no safe passage to get to their bus stop.
We're about halfway through a very thick thing. Does DPW really have the capability to do all of these projects
Yeah,
in
I
a
mean,
fiscal year?
Yeah, I believe that, our statement, I would say that we do have the capability of it. We work with our contractors that we utilize. Not all of this is just done by in-house staff, so it's not strictly based upon that. Some of these projects we're going out to bid on. Some of these projects, we're talking about a project that we have a year and a half from now, basically, is what we're looking at in our timeframes. Sometimes sometimes we look at, and like the next one that we'll be talking about won't be ready to go until, the following, till about this time or a little bit later than this time next year, but it still for us to get to the point where we're getting a contractor on board, getting them started and so forth, in that timeframe, we feel we have the capacity and the staff to do it.
Because I think, Shore Road, the expectation was the work was going to be done last calendar year, or at least start. And it's not starting until this calendar year. So,
Yeah,
this,
sometimes, one of the big things we've run into is is easements and property owner cooperation and getting to the finish line on some of those. Shore Road, we've run into a little bit of that as well. That's been the big delay on that one as well, is there's a couple property owners that we're still working through the final details on the easements that are necessary.
are there any easements involved in this one?
We don't believe that in this stretch there's any easements involved.
Thank you.
All right, Fairfield Road culvert, this is reimbursed 100% through LOTSIP?
Yes. This is the construction phase of this project. So this one moved up a little bit, partially because of information we've obtained through the Connecticut DOT and their current schedule with the bridge near Hillside Road. So the Route 1 bridge near Hillside Road. So if many of you recall from, or have heard from prior discussions about the North Street Bridge, there's kind of a order that all these ducks need to get into a row and hit on certain construction seasons. North Street Bridge, we're looking to go this summer, and we've got the contractor on board, and they're starting their preliminary work right now. That project will be taking over this summer. So when that project's going on, there's going to be a road closure over the summer period. That's going to divert traffic into every other area in this stretch. And so doing a project on Route 1, doing a project on Fairfield Road would be very challenging. So that one is anticipated to be a one-year construction timeframe. Next year, the initial thought was that the Route 1 bridge at near Hillside was going to be constructed. The state has come back to us and said that's probably highly unlikely that that's going to happen. So this project, but we do know that that project's a 2 to 3 year construction timeframe. So whenever that project was going to be going, we had 2 to 3 year timeframe before we could potentially start this one, because we know traffic will be diverted in this stretch. We're now feeling like the summer of 2027 will be an open season for this project to be able to be constructed, so we've moved it up. Our design is in the final design phase, so we'll be able to go out to bid later this year into either the fall or the spring, or the winter, and be ready for construction. So that's our, kind of like our discussion with Holly Hill and Roger Sherman. We play a lot of the shell game with all these things and try to make sure that we're not doing, we understand it's going to be impactful to people. We try not to make it overly impactful, and that there's nowhere for anybody to go, both for the traveling public, emergency services, and everybody else. So
Sorry, retaining wall maintenance?
yeah, so this is a project that we requested last year. We requested 500,000. We received 250,000. So this is the other the other 250 for that. We generally will look at asking for retaining wall maintenance every few years, and we've found that about a $500,000 appropriation allows us the ability to do any minor designs that are needed, plus the construction piece for these. And so that's what this is intended to look at. We have, over 90 retaining walls in town, depending on the severity and any impacts from the winter season. We'll look to prioritize which ones we have, so.
Deerfield Grove?
So this is a drainage project. This is a project that in 2021, 2021 during Storm Ida, the road was washed out and Deerfield Road, and we had a couple-day closure of that stretch of Deerfield Road. We did a emergency repair on that. However, it wasn't the full-blown, it gave us enough to feel comfortable that it could last a few more years, and with the intent that we would be looking at doing a long-term plan for the construction of it. So as part of that, this stretch of road, or this stretch of drainage network brings water from behind the hospital and above that area down and crosses Deerfield Road, then goes down Grove and over into the Horseneck Brook that's on the other side of Brookside. So that whole network has been identified as an area that needs to be upgraded. This project would be upgrading that network to get better flows to help improve the drainage from Horseneck Brook up to the Deerfield road location where it crosses the road. So this is for the design funding for completing that, and then in future years, we have the construction funding for that.
And there is no grant funding available?
Generally, when it comes to drainage projects, as opposed to transportation projects, there isn't a lot of grant funding opportunities for drainage-related improvement projects.
But because it's an access way to Greenwich Hospital and there's a road there, I mean, is there any way to, I mean, it's not this year, it's a
It's a-
significant construction cost, so.
We will continue to monitor that, but in general, they don't generally look at it that way.
There's an alternate route to the hospital
Yes.
on Lafayette.
Yes, I know, but, any further questions?
Yeah, as I recall from previous iteration, there was some degree of dredging of those ponds. Are you going to actually dredge ponds on private property?
That was not part of our.
It was not.
That's not part of our proposal.
But you're actually working on dams that, it says reconfiguring the dams of 2 upstream ponds. Those are on private property, aren't they?
Well, the overall project could be, the overall improvements in this area could be working with those neighboring properties to update those dams. Now, that's not necessarily something that's included in the costs that we've included here.
Okay.
But ultimately, to make major drainage improvements to the overall area, you have to potentially make improvements to those dams that might lower the flooding upstream of even this project. So this is kind of the bottom of the project.
Right.
And there's other projects that go further upstream that could potentially be improved in the future. But a lot of those are on private property, and we try not to do projects on private property.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And Sarah, can you just remind us where this stands up with the Flood and Erosion Control Board and their priority list?
Yeah, so this was identified by them on the Flood and Erosion Control Board as one of their priority projects. And when they've given us projects to move forward with, this is their current most important project to move forward with.
Thank you.
And is the standard to accommodate a 25-year storm event, is that our normal standard?
Yeah, generally when it comes to drainage projects, when it's just a drainage network, it's a 10-year improvement. But because this is located in what we call a sag, a low point in a road, and it's a pretty major road, we look at 25-year. That's our standard for that. So.
Okay, stormwater drainage maintenance improvements?
So across town, we have, over 10,000 structures, as the sheet says here, and that includes catch basins, pipes, inlets, et cetera. Those are all items that we have to keep maintenance on. This project, or this funding, is our maintenance money for updating those pipes. Anytime that there's a collapsed manhole, a collapsed pipe, stuff like that, that we find, or some deterioration. Many of these pipes are 100+ years old, and as we start seeing deterioration of them, we look at upgrading them, so.
Sorry, David has a question.
Thank you. David? You got to do a better job than that, David.
Just didn't have much such vigor.
So how does this map, I was very surprised to see 10,000 such structures. That's a lot of structures of this sort. I'm trying to envision where they are and so on. Is there a map that exists to show us where all these are? And also, does it correspond to the sewer district? Is it correlated in any way with the sewer district?
So we do keep a GIS map, however, due to Homeland Security issues, we do not allow that to be published. If you,
Sally Bednar has a security clearance and she can act on behalf.
but, yeah, so, but there is, yeah, I mean, to be 100% honest, we sometimes will find structures that we didn't even know are on that aren't even on that map. So it all depends on the more we uncover things and do inspections of stuff, that's what we have out there. When you're talking 265 miles of road and 60 some odd square miles of property, there's a lot of drainage structures out there. And then, you know, so what other question was it?
Are they in the sewer district?
So our sewer and our drainage are two separate networks. So if you go down to New York City, they have a combined system. We're a separated system. And so that's, they overlap. There's definitely stormwater structures in the sewer area, but they're in two separate areas of, you know, these are all across the town. So there's no specific spot they're in, so.
You satisfied, David?
Is there any argument that they should be funded within this sewer improvement fund?
I think that they're separated systems, so, and I think the sewer is for sanitary sewers, and I think you'd have to look through the charter and have a discussion probably with law on that one.
Okay, resiliency infrastructure improvements. This one is for planning and engineering for 250, but design and construction is a few years out. So what's the thinking here? I know,
So a few years, yeah.
based off of this report.
So a few years back, working through with conservation and wetlands planning and zoning, there was a report that was created that was kind of a coastal resiliency assessment. It identified certain areas that over time will be impacted, and in addition, or maybe are currently impacted by coastal flooding. We have seen some areas that are seeing more frequent coastal flooding. And so this is to take that study and start to identify kind of specific projects within DPW that could be looked at for long-term funding, so that we then say, here's a list of 5, 10, X number of projects, I don't know exactly the number of projects that we should be planning for, and what's the prioritization? Which ones are the worst right now? Which ones are we seeing are impacted the most currently? And which ones might be a 10, 15, 20 year down the road type problem? So that's what this initial study is for, is to identify those different projects that may be out there. And then moving forward, we would then just start pulling off of that study. You know, we'd have a list then, and then we'd just start pulling off those in their prioritization order, so.
Harry?
Yeah, over what time period are you measuring an increased frequency of flooding? Relative to how many years, decades?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a variety of different models out there. We'd be looking at, you know, probably a 20-plus year time frame on what are we seeing today, what are we seeing, you know, in 2030, 2040, 2050, stuff like that. So that would be kind of the thought on how we would move forward with this stuff.
So you're really looking at it more on the predictions that have generally not come true?
I mean,
Well, that's
You know,
reality, Jim.
you notice I was very careful in what I said because I know you don't like the sea level rise statement, but,
Well, I mean-
so I didn't use that language before, but we have seen areas, and we do continue to see areas in town today that are getting flooded on a routine high tide events that weren't getting flooded 10 years ago. So we have seen that there is some stuff. Is it getting to the extent of what may have been predicted 10 years ago? Maybe, maybe not. So I think that we're taking that into consideration as we move forward with this, and we will continue to take that into consideration. Is it something that we should be looking the other way and not thinking about? No, I don't think that's the case. Do I think that and I will tell you that the design and the construction in the out years, and including in the out years of the capital plan, are very vague predictions, or very vague estimates, based on, we don't know until we get to that study completed, what those numbers will look like. Yes, I would say those are just placeholders more than anything, to say, there's probably going to be something that's going to result of this, and we should be thinking about it long-term and be trying to plan accordingly.
Because there was someone last year who referenced an intersection in Old Greenwich, I don't remember where it was, but he said this thing is, floods all the time with high tides, and it's nothing new, and he's lived there for decades. So that's why I asked the time frame. If you're looking at it over the last 10 or 20 years, I understand extreme events, but, I also quote that there's a high water mark from the 38 hurricane in the Indian Harbor Yacht Club that has yet to be exceeded.
Right, yeah.
And that's a good thing.
And that's a good thing. So we just need to be careful with
I want to go
the
back.
assumptions that are made.
I want to go back and relook at that report from 2022, because my recollection was it did identify specific areas and issues, and I don't want to do a study on a study. And I do feel like we are addressing some things between the
Yeah, I mean,
potential
I-
highway
yeah.
shed, the grass island, or the grass, the headworks. I mean, we are doing things.
Right, and I think that this also, probably, I guess a good way to say it is, that study may have looked at it at the 30,000-foot level. We want to move this study to more of a 10,000-foot level. So we're still not necessarily ready for construction or getting construction plans out of it yet, but I think we need to better fine tune and get better cost estimation and so forth of what we're seeing as part of that. So that's kind of, yes, I do know that as part of that study, there were some specific areas that were identified, and we want to just further develop that.
Anything else? All right, BOE parking lot maintenance. This is pretty standard. Anyone have any comments?
I have a comment that you've got Havemeyer Building in there, and we don't know yet what we're going to do with that building, and I think that's the south lot.
So that'd
The
be the
north lot
south
was
lot.
done a few years
We
ago,
did the
but
north lot last year. So basically, what we do is we have these are more or less placeholders of what schools are due based on school buildings. In the event, we work with the Board of Ed each year, and we say, okay, which schools do you feel are the worst? We do it based on condition index. In the event that the Havermeyer building is being looked at for other usage and goes down a path where Board of Ed is no longer in there and has been reallocated or done, something's being done differently, we'll work with the Board of Ed to see whether a different school project, we potentially might move that one out and move North Street up, so.
I think you could do that sooner rather than later. Hopefully. Thank you.
All right, next item is GHS soil remediation. We talked a little bit about this. There's some open capital, so I think we need to adjust the prior 3 years budgeted on the page. It's shown as 0, but is that correct? 2025, there was,
$1.1 million.
Okay.
yeah, it
We
says
can update that.
2025, 6 million, but let's update it just to make sure it's accurate. This is the continuation of a decades-long project.
Yes.
Yes. It's been going on for a long time.
All right, I think we touched on this before. Any further questions on GHS soil
No.
remediation? No. There's the follow-up item about what the ongoing cost to monitor will be for both GHS campus and Western. Holly Hill scale maintenance.
So yeah, so this is we have multiple scales at Holly Hill. We have our main scale that all of the vehicles coming in and out of or coming into the facility go over, that's where we charge our tipping fees off of. We also have a rear scale that we utilize for the materials going out of the facility through our contractors. And then we periodically will utilize that scale as well if we're doing operations for our own staff and knowing what we're bringing in and out. So this is just kind of routine maintenance of upgrading those scales. There's certain requirements in order for us to be able to charge fees for things that we have to meet, the Department of Consumer Protection's weight and measure permitting. So that's, what this maintenance is for.
Is this because Joe's truck is using it twice each visit?
All right, but every year it's inspected or whatever the requirement
Yeah,
is.
we
by
keep up with
weights,
the
and we keep up
inspection
with
piece.
that.
It's just a matter of there's certain pieces and parts that need to be updated on a routine, maintained on a routine basis.
Okay, that completes the capital tab. I just wanted to touch on resolutions, just to make sure that somebody reviews the resolutions having to do with DPW. I believe it starts on, it's under Public Works, number 31, starting on page 5 and continuing on. I just want to make sure that all the grants, if somebody could review that from your department to make sure that we're covered with those resolutions.
Yeah,
I don't have any
we'll do
specific
that.
questions, but that would be great.
We did do that a couple years ago, but we'll just make sure we do it again this year.
Yeah, I think it's a
so.
good exercise to do it every so often to make sure we're caught up. Does anyone have any additional questions for DPW? Jim, Gabriella, Pete, thank you so much for your time today. Not quite ready to adjourn, so don't get excited.
Oh, shucks, I thought we were going to make 3 o'clock.
I just want to do a couple housekeeping items, but I wanted to say thank you and let these guys go. It's been a long day, but very productive.
Much appreciated.
We do have on the schedule for some reason for you to come back. It says DPW continuing on day 6. I don't anticipate needing that.
Okay.
I think
Just
there are a few
let us
follow-up
know if you
items.
do.
You have some CIP sheets and,
Yeah, if there's anything
the
specific
Holly-
you want us
yeah.
to come in, we'll.
yeah, but we'll keep track of that. But I don't expect that we'll need to see you back. So on that note, I just wanted to touch base with Budget Committee members to see if we need to schedule any other town departments. And something I have on my list is the Bruce Museum. There's a capital item in here for a security system. We have an existing agreement with the Bruce Museum as to what is the town responsibility and what is the Bruce Museum.
Yes, Barbara's reviewing the agreements, so she'll get back to us.
Okay, so I'm sorry, who's looking into it?
Barbara.
Barbara's looking
Schomburg.
into it. So as a preliminary step, Barbara, the town attorney, is looking into what's our responsibility under that agreement. When I read that CIP sheet, I wasn't clear as to what was covered, what parts of the building were covered. It also seemed to be a extra layer of security, so I wasn't sure if it was, but I don't want to make any decisions without giving them the benefit of the doubt to make their case. So Barbara's going to come back to us, and we may ask them to come if necessary. And then I just want to point out, Agnes uploaded some information on GEMS, which is also not coming before us, but there is a request for over $5 million, and I thought people might want to look at their budget, their last annual audit. I do think it's noteworthy that their healthcare costs have gone up 25%, so that's an awful lot of, that's a big increase.
Wow.
But we also have an agreement with them dating from 2019, so that is also in the folder, if you want to take a look at that. We've asked Health Department to come. We're asking Human Resources, our BET Human Resources Committee to come. We're trying to schedule that for day 6, the 26th, to talk about recommendations for M&C increases and any recommendations and votes for the increases to the proposed table of organization. We've asked the Law Committee, either, I don't know if they could come in person, but at least to provide a report about their deliberations and vote on the Law Committee, on the Law Department budget, and if there's any changes to resolutions. We do know the police department having to do with the speed cameras and the funds that'll be coming in from that vendor, that probably requires a resolution. So hopefully the law committee and the law department are working on that. And then we had the outstanding question, which I think they discussed at the last law committee, but I was not there, about the GHS Aquatics and Tennis Project, how that was going to be handled. So anyone have any other requests? We are finishing day 3, and we just need to be sure we're scheduled. And I don't anticipate having to use day 7.
I am void of requests.
You are void of requests. All right. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Harry Fisher, is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Adjourned at 3:02. Thank you, everybody.
Good job.